Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the Leon Masters semi-finals, first semi-finals between Vishy Anand and Jaime Latasa. Uh, and it is going to be a very, very exciting match. And as you see, we have the cameras from the venue. We have Vishy with the black pieces, Jaime Santos Latasa, the local boy who's a very, very good player, rated around 2600. And the first move has been made 1e4. And Vishy Anand fully focused. It's a big, big match for him. He would love to win it and reach the finals where he will face the winner of Esipenko and Boris Gelfand. And e4 on the board. Let's see. How does the game go? E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight F6. We might have a small lag when it comes to the video and this. But, well, we can live with it. And the game has begun. Ooh, we have... So we have the Rui Lopez on the board, knight to c6, and Vishy Anand goes for the open variation of the Spanish. Wow. 1 second, guys. Let's... A warm welcome to everyone in the chat, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. He's taken on e4. Okay. Let's see if I can. Bishop e7 played. Knight bd2. Oh, we have seen this, guys. I think you must... No, this is not knight f2 line. Bishop e7. I remember this being played recently. With bishop to e7. You go knight c5. Because that's where the... Or you right now can even castle, right? Because knight e4, there is d4. Oh, he goes knight c5. Okay. And hits the bishop. Flipboard. Yes, guys. Sorry. Okay. d4 pushed. d3 आता है भाई दोस्तों in this line. Knight to b3 and now we can go d3. Wow. Jaime Latasa going for... VT says it's... Oh, he takes on c3. Well, the main line I think is d3 here, and then you go back bishop b1. But Vishy has taken on c3, and now Latasa is thinking for his move. He's Karan Jena says, who is the Vishy's opponent? He is a Spanish player, and he's one of the top youngsters from Spain. He's rated around 2593. So, by the way, he's taken on c5, bishop c5. Guys, for the video, we might have a small lag there because it's coming from from Spain. But no, actually, there's a small lag because of the latency. But yeah, we'll enjoy. So he takes, bishop takes c5. Yeah, he's 2650 in classical Azteca chess. That's right. And today they are playing rapid and bishop e4 has been played. So now the knight is hanging. Where do you move the knight is the question. Because if you move the knight, then the rook hangs. So what should black play here, guys? So 2593 is his rapid rating. Vishy's rapid rating is 2731, as you can see on your screen. And we also have another view. I think in this view, what I can do is we can put a chessboard here. So then we will have both, you know. Let me just get the chess set here, a chess board here as well. I'll do the setting, you know, I'll be a pro streamer. And then, so right now let's follow here, and I will make some adjustments, and you will all be like, oh wow, how did you do that? Hmm. हाँ, तो ये देखो दोस्तों, how is this? Is this a better view? So let's give it a name. This is number one view. Sorry, this, yeah, this is number one view, and this is number two view. Which one do you like, one or two? This is number two. Two, two, two. Okay. One and a half, someone said. Okay, there is two is more than one, but we will keep switching. I think when we have to analyze a lot, we will come to this view. But for now, let's focus on this one. So he takes, B takes C3 back on the video, but on the board he has already taken that. So B takes C3, and now, so Vishy's last move was after bishop E4, queen D7. If you take here, he wants to take back with the bishop, because if you take with the king, there would be rook d1 check, unnecessarily creating issues. So Jaime takes back on c3, and now Vishy has a better pawn structure, but white seems to be better developed. Now my question to all of you is, if black castles here, which seems logical move, he goes rook c8, but I don't know why he wants to maybe move his castle. So castles, what should white do? Crop and zoom the video, people are saying. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, guys. You guys are all amazing, you know, viewers. And by the way, behind we have this nice thumbnail made by Abhyudaya, which we can play, which you can put during the breaks. थोड़ा क्रॉप करेंगे यहाँ से, साइड से क्रॉप करते हैं. Cool. So the move that I was thinking would be very good here is queen c2 in this position. With queen c2, what happens is that you keep the queens on the board, and then Vishy has some trouble to solve, because here you have to go h6 and then rook d1. All of a sudden queen is attacked, you have to go to e8, and it becomes too cramped. So therefore what Anand did first is not castle, but he puts his rook on c8. Now this could be his prep. Oh no, he plays rook to d8, not c8. Correct. Yeah, rook d8. That's the right move. I was a bit worried, and his opponent says no queen trade. No queen trade. And guys, now very important move for Anand. What should black play? Is my volume low? Hello, hello. Okay. I will improve it. What is the best move for Vishy, guys? After queen c2, and you can see Vishy there just going back in his chair, now trying to figure out what should be the move here. Guys, what would you do? No, what h6? If you go h5 and all, maybe that is possible, but I think there is a clear threat here. One threat is bishop g5. So that has to be taken. Prahlad Sen, I love your move. Prahlad. Bishop d5 says Prahlad, and very nicely thought. Because now if you go rook d1, there is already a winning move. You guys can see it. Peter Cavanaugh says, to me this looks unpleasant, but Peter Cavanaugh, if you play bishop d5, yes, this is the move. Parithi Narayan, and you are right. Now bishop e4, exactly, the queen is attacked. If you take here, c2 is hanging. Otherwise, if you take here, d1 is hanging. So this is not good. This is not good. You can't play after bishop d5, you can't pin this with rook d1. But Anand there taking his time. He's trying to figure out what he should be doing after queen c2. Maybe he won't exchange. He might go bishop f5 and then Vishy can drop it back. And a draw with black is very good. What is the format of this match? The format is 4 games of 20 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. And if it is 2-2, they go to blitz, 5 plus 3, 2 games. If that is also 1-1, then they go into the Armageddon. So that is the format. Queen c2, and now, okay, if just for the sake of argument, if you play h6, which is a logical move that stops bishop g5, here white has a very powerful move. Can you find it? White to move. Sai Prasanna says Anand can crush with black, no need to repeat. Well, he's black, so generally in such matches, it's a wise idea. No, not rook d1. What are you guys doing? Are you all gone crazy or what? Rook d1 is a free rook. Queen takes d1. Guys, focus. Yeah, bishop f4 I like to connect the rooks. But even better, do it with a tempo. Do it with a tempo. How do you do it with a tempo? They go bishop f4. It's not a threat. So I can castle now. And that seems okay. But there's a better move here. Yes, Sakar Chess Ambarnath, Parithi Narayanan, Fuari Sid, bishop e3, and you attack this bishop, and when he takes, you don't recapture. What do you do now? What is the point? Because you want to hit the queen. Yes, Kimaya, you are right, but which rook? All of you like rook d1. Are guys, dono rook ja sakta hai na? This one also and this one also. So which rook will you play? Rook a d1, hitting the queen, and f is also fine. So actually, Vishy rightly taking his time here. It seems like a critical moment in the game, and he must find this move bishop d5. And if we see on our board, we can't see the time very clearly, but we can see it on our screen. Anand is down to 15 minutes there. Yeah, Kimaya says we will recapture on f1 with, so rook f can be kept on f5. Like in this position, if you, by the way, bishop d5 is not played yet, I believe. Oh, Anand has played it. Vishy has played bishop d5. Although on the video it might take, let's see what the lag is between the move. It's been around 10 seconds. You can bank on Vishy to find these moves, yeah, which are the only ones. The form that he is in, I would say, is the favorite to win this tournament, even though you have these youngsters playing. He's played BD5. Satvik says this channel pe memberships gift ho jati hai. Yes, Satvik, that feature is enabled. Gifting memberships is enabled on this channel. Now, Jaime Santos Latasa has to figure out what will he play. Will he exchange the bishops? Because if he trades, then this is a good position for Anand. Everything sorted. The pin is gone. The queen cannot be touched. I'm going to castle next move. Everything is good. So he must not trade the bishops. But if he does not trade the bishops, what should he do? Well, one move is to get his bishop out to g5 and attack the rook here. Satvik says, हाँ तो मुझे कोई gift कर दो. Yeah, sure. Someone will gift some memberships for sure. Okay, let's see now. Bishop d5. What is Santos Latasa going to do? He has 15 minutes, 50 seconds. Anand has 15 minutes. So it's 20 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. That is the time control. Sagar, how was your day? Today was quite a good day. There's a lot of work going on related to the ChessBase India Originals match between Vidit and Anish, and also the match between the Olympiad that is happening. There's a lot of things going on that front. So couldn't stream for 2 days, but we are back. Also, the Champions Chess Tour will start tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. And so a lot of exciting chess coming your way once again. See you at the tournament. Yeah. I will be leaving for the Olympiad on 27th, Graham Power. By the way, tomorrow is our club. From India, Venkat Tejas, Arjun Erigasi will play at the Champions Chess Tour. So Bishop d5 is played now. And what will Vishy do? By the way, guys, this tournament, the Lyon event, it's called Lyon Advanced Chess. Lyon is the website, and they have 30. This is the 35th edition, if I'm not wrong, and they have been doing this event for so many years so beautifully, and Anand has won it 9 times, which is just amazing. Beloglavi Soup says, if bishop g5, bishop e4, queen e4. But Beloglavi, how do you castle now? Castling wouldn't be good, right? Because then your rook would hang. So guys, this is a problematic position, right? Bishop g5 looks very good. Inferno says, how to play federated tournament in Germany. Thanks. Inferno, in Germany, there will be a German chess association, and you should check out their website, and you should figure out when they hold federated events, and you should go and play that. There will be some membership fee for their national association. Pay that and you can play. Vivek Madi, thank you so much for becoming backer of Indian Chess, our first member for today. Now what do you do here? Because the moment you move your rook away, his rook comes in. And if you play f6, then the position opens up and your king is weak. So what should black do? Peter Cavanaugh says sharpboon.de. Nice, thank you. Prashant Tiwari says 97. Guys, I also think 97. And by the way, he's played his bishop to g5. He's played it. So now Anand takes. So this is happening on the board. Anand takes on e4. He takes back with the queen. Now very important moment. Ooh, Vishy goes queen d5, which is not a best move here. Which is not a great move. Queen g4. Excellent move by Jaime. Wow, he's got a big stuff going on here. There was an amazing variation which I want to show you guys. Look at this. If I play here bishop e7, that looks like it solves all the problems. But White has an unbelievable move here. Can you find it, guys? White has an unbelievable move here. Let's see if you guys can try to figure it out. No, not e6. No, it's a best of 4. So Anand, if he loses this game, it's not over. By the way, few moves have been played here, just so that you can stay updated. We'll come back to this position again. Rook d7 was played by Vishy, and now another fantastic move by Latasa. He's attacked this pawn, and he's telling Vishy, if you castle now, then after bishop f6, your king is just going to get checkmated. g6, I think just queen h4 threatening this. The dark squares will be horribly weak. So Anand in big trouble here. And this is where the point was. So if you go bishop e7, then rook a d1. And you'll be like, what sort of a move is this? I can just take it, right? But now comes the brilliant move. Because if you take here, I'm coming back with my queen. If you take with the rook, I take this with a check. And black would be doing completely fine. In fact, he would be better. But what is the winning move here for white? White to play my first question using chat chess moves. Let's see if it works. Chat chess moves here. Sharan Kumar says got selected as Olympiad volunteer. Well done, Sharan. See you there in Chennai. Will be great fun to meet you. Yes, Paras Bhoir, Peter Cavanaugh. Let's see. Chat chess moves. Is it working? Yes, it's working, but let me get the LCV here, live chess viewer, and fix this a bit so that you guys can. Queen d1 and knight d4 is the correct move. Fantastic job here done by the esteemed viewers of the ChessBase India channel. The move that is suggested is by Learn with PV, Anitya, DCS Velan, Harsh Solanki, Pariti Narayan, Sarvish Srini, Gattu Saiteja, Bhigi Billu, Ramya and Beloglavi Soup. So the move is knight d4. Now I'm threatening to take the queen, also threatening here. And if you even take here and then take this, I will take bishop e7, and it might seem like this position, two rooks versus queen, but these pawns are just too strong, and also queen coming in here, d5, rooks are very passive. So you can't play this way. Now going back to the live position on the board, bishop h4, and now Anand is thinking, you can see Vishy visibly worried over here. He is tensed about what to do because his king is under pressure. If you see here, guys, queen is attacking the g7 pawn, and you can't castle. If you can't castle, how do you defend this? If you play g6, already bishop f6 looks dangerous. Yeah, Peter Cavanaugh, bishop f8 looks horrible. I mean, just going back, I would say rook a e1 with the idea of e6 looks so scary. Jibitesh says, can we go rook g8? Well, Jibitesh, rook g8 also maybe, but you know, once the rook moves, you can never castle, and then I have rook e1 e6, maybe the other rook to e6. So Anand is in big trouble, and you can see there Jaime Latasa knows that he's got his man here. I mean, it's not losing. I mean, the position is lost, but it's too early to think of losing and all, right? Because it's just been 20 moves. But I think Anand also knows that his position is uncomfortable. He's down to 11 minutes on the clock. Jaime has 12 minutes, 22 seconds. Don Kenny says f6 feels logical, but Don Kenny, doesn't it open up your e-file? Your king will be right in the center. It will be completely busted open. I don't think you can play this. I don't think. Rachit, it's not available on Leechess, this broadcast somehow. Bishop f... No, come on, Beloglavi Soup. If you play bishop f8, g6, bg7, I mean, you don't have that much time. I can go e6. If you take fe6, I can go rook a e1, hitting here. There's no time for you for all of this thing. Kishore Kumar says, can I take knight e5? But Kishore Kumar, this is just losing after takes, and find the winning move now. Just find the crushing move. VT says, Vishy will win. He eats 2500s for breakfast. Well, today, it's not going to be so simple. Not so easy. What did Vishy play? He played king f8. He played king f8 on the board. Yes, rook e1, just any rook to e1 and you lose the queen. So that's not going to work out. So Anand now just tucks his king away to the corner and defends this pawn on g7. Well, you can see Anand is worried for sure about his position, but we'll see how he deals with this now. And Jaime Latasa also has to keep it going. Now imagine you are this talented young boy. You are, I don't know how old is he, guys, you can tell me. And you are facing this legend, the 5-time world champion. How do you continue? You see some natural moves. You see that, okay, I can bring my rook to d1. I can attack your queen. But then you see that queen takes d1 will simply lose the rook and there will be back rank issues there. Shivani, if Vishy had gone g6, the dark squares would have been very weak. The bishop would have sat on f6. Aditya says, doesn't e6 open up the position? Yes, Aditya, e6 does open up the position, but look at what Jaime Santos has done. He has played a4. Wow. 26 years. Okay, thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Suraj. So he's 26 years old and Vishy is 52 years old. So basically, he's just exactly half of Vishy's age. He plays a4 and he attacks this structure. And you can see that generally we are of this mindset, you know, in life and overall, that we need to break in. So we look at moves like e6, we look at moves like rook e1, how to make rook d1 possible. But sometimes all it takes is a change in approach. And that is what this is already taken care of here. White is in a dominant position. You play a4, open the other wing, and suddenly your threat is to take, and the rook enters from this side. Unbelievable, right? So now after a4, Vishy has a decision to make. He plays h5 and Anand is like, queen, move away from here. Maybe my rook can enter the game from this and my king will be safe on g8. Omkar says, why is Vishy worse? Omkar, the main problem for Anand is his king is too weak. It's not so well placed. That is his biggest issue. And also now there's a concrete issue like take and rook is moving into the a8 square. Not YouTuber says Vishy practicing no castling chess. Yeah, maybe. b4, keeping the file closed. But what I have realized is that there are too many open files now. Okay, d file is off bounds because black has control over it. But what about the b file? What about the c file? There are too many things to worry about. Yes, Prathamesh Polsane, tomorrow ChessBase India Club will be there. I will be coming there at the Phoenix Market City. So Anand pushes b4 and now Jaime Latasa has to decide whether he should take the pawn, whether he should, I think it's clear, yeah, he should take the pawn. So he takes it, he takes cb4 and now Vishy has to decide. Time is 5 to 7, yes. We are all thinking on the king side and Jibitesh says he played on the queen side. That is a beautiful move by Jaime Santos Latasa. I think really something for all of you to learn. And it can also happen in your life as well, that if you are thinking on just one problem in one angle, just sort of move out of it, look at it in a bigger sense, and then think outside the box. So a4 was such a nice move. Vishy trying to keep the a file closed, but now his opponent has the c file in hand, the b file in hand. So he takes with the knight. Sometimes, guys, the body language can tell you a lot about what is the result, what is happening in the game. And here, I have a feeling that it's absolutely clear that Vishy is not happy with his position. But it's one thing to get a plus position against a world-class player and quite another to beat him. Will Jaime be able to do it? Sagar, rook h6, rook e6 can be an idea. Aditya, absolutely Aditya. Oh, by the way, h5 के बाद हुआ ना ये सब. Sorry, what am I doing? Yeah, here. He's taken with the knight. But with h5 included, actually he had to take with the bishop. Now knight takes is a total disaster. Oof, oof. Guys, can you find the winning idea? I think it's very difficult to find. Most likely impossible as well. But look at this, okay? It's crazy. It's crazy. And I'm going to ask you, what is the winning move here? Chalo, dekhte hain. Kitne log sharp hai? How many of you are sharp? It's amazing move for white. White to play. Come on, guys. Tactics. Yeah, Vishy should try for a draw, but it's not easy. Chess for Fun says, imagine being Latasa in a winning position against 5-time world champion. Yeah. I mean, if I got a Vishy winning position against Vishy, I would be like super nervous. But then I'm just 2400 and he's 2650. So, of course, there's a huge difference. But this next move is going to blow your mind. It's like, poof. Let me see. Knight g5. Okay. You guys are normal. But look at this idea, guys. Unbelievable. Okay. The unbelievable idea here is rook a d1. Wow. What's happening? What is happening? So the thing that is happening, wasn't this impossible after takes? Well, what's the winning move here? Now I want all of you to get this right. Come on, think. You can't take the queen because rook d1 mate, back rank mate. But there is an amazing move here. Can you find it? No. Think carefully. It's winning move in one move. It's not easy for sure. Yes, chat. Love you guys. You guys are too strong. You are fantastic. E6 is the move here. Just what a move this is. E6. And now I'm threatening your rook. I'm threatening a mate here. So you can't move your rook up somewhere. Queen f7 is a mate. You can't take because it is pinned. Okay, you say that I want to move my queen back to d5. But then e takes d7. You can't take the queen because another queen on the board. And you can't take this. So it's a brilliant variation. And the right move has been given here by Mithun, VT, Amay, Sangeet, Beloglavi, Karthik, Rushil, Pritham, Garv, Shanaka. Well done, guys. Excellent. Fantastic. Okay, going back now. Let's see what Jaime does. Oh my god, he played rook a d1. I want to see the expression of the players when he does this. Wow. What a move. Look at Anand there. He knows that the writing is on the wall. But what is up with Jaime Latasa? He is playing perhaps the best chess of his life right now. What a move by him. Rook a to d1. Phew. Vishy Anand is now gone. The position is just gone completely. You can see Latasa knows he's won it. He knows he's won it from the... You can see literally that excitement. Yeah, resign seems like the only option. Okay, you can go knight d3. But then this knight is brutally pinned. And one way is whenever something is pinned, you attack it again. So how can you attack it even more? 91, Rakshit, Sangeet, Learn with PV, Abhiraj, Chess Craze, very good. 91, attacking here, if you take your queen is hanging, so that is just lost. So now Anand after Rook a d1 has to figure out what to do. I think Vishy will at least try queen d1, but of course Jaime has seen e6 move. He has spotted it. You can see how nervous Vishy is right now. But remember guys, the match won't be over. It's a 4-game match. But it will be a huge thing for Vishy to come back. He has to score 2.5, at least 2. If 2-2, then they go to blitz. It's a 4-game match of 20 minutes plus 10-second increment. Spanish Edict says it's pronounced as Jaime. Okay, thank you. Spanish Edict. That's very cool. So Jaime Santos Latasa. Is that correct? D. Sandeep says, when will be the finals of the Olympiad? On 9th of August. There's no finals. It's a 11-round event. And tickets are out, guys. So, by the way, I've pinned the link of tickets of Anish with it. I will also put in the description. I will also put the link of the Olympiad tickets. It is tickets.aicf.com.in or something. I'll figure it out. Sachin says J is pronounced as H in most cases in Spanish. Okay, got it, guys. Thank you. Jaime Santos Latasa. Yeah, Nakul Sharma, of course, coming as a volunteer. That's amazing. I'll of course meet all of you. That would be. And now Anand has seen this big problem, no, in the position, queen d1 and e6. So he is. Okay, guys, Jaime, done. Oh, resigns. Just directly he resigned the game. Wow. You know, Vishy didn't even wait for it. He knew that it's over. He resigns, and that is 1-0 for Jaime Latasa. Who would have imagined such a brutal start? And I'm very interested to see where did Vishy go wrong actually. This is because he got just outplayed completely. So let's have a look at our ChessBase 16 board. The next round will start at 9 p.m. That is in 8 minutes from now. So, yep. Let me just get this game and then we can so e4. Yeah, this tournament is rated. Yeah, Mohan, you are right. I think Anand made a mistake with queen d5 for sure. So knight f3, knight c6. You can see the by the way, they are changing the names here. So you can see now Anand will sit this side and Jaime will sit that side. So yeah, going back and trying to analyze this game before. I should not have the candidates here. Yeah. Should have something else. Candidates is over now. One should I? Maybe this. Okay, cool. Okay. So here, after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5 was played. a6, bishop a4. We had the open Spanish on the board. Knight f6, castles, knight e4, d4, b5, bishop b3, d5, de, bishop e6. He went knight d2, bishop e7, c3. Vishy could have castled now, but he went knight c5, bishop c2, d4. Okay, knight b3, and as you can see here, 836 games with d3, but only 36 games with d takes c3. And the player who has played it a lot is Abdusattorov played it, and Carlsen played this, but lost to Hikaru. And Abdusattorov, remember there's this game with Nepo on ChessBase India, guys. If you can see it, he has played this before. So d takes c3. He went he went knight c5 first. Bishop c5, Vishy played it quickly. Bishop e4, all seen before. Queen d7. B takes c3 also seen. Rook d8 also played before. So Nakamura, Carlsen, they're following that game. Queen c2, good move. And here, Anand actually was prepared and he played bd5, which is the best move. And his opponent played bishop g5, which is also played in 5 games. Takes, and now 4 games have continued. Knight e7. I think only one game, queen d5. By the way, we have a Capablanca game from 1916, 106 years, where knight e7, the correct move, was played by Shajes Oscar. But Vishy went queen d5, which was a mistake. Sorry, knight c5, bishop c5, bishop e4, queen d7, b takes c3, rook d8, queen c2, bd5, bishop g5, bishop e4, queen e4. And yeah, queen d5 was a mistake here. Yeah, queen d5 was incorrect. Knight e7. That was Nepo Abdusattorov, already seen. And yeah, that ended in a draw at World Rapid Championship. But Vishy blundered with this. And after queen g4, rook is hanging, rook d7. This very powerful move, bishop h4, was excellent move played by Jaime Latasa, because this is hanging. And now if you castle, there is bishop f6. If you play g6, there is bishop f6 again. It was looking bad. Yeah. It seemed like Vishy did not have specific prep. Maybe he had seen this line, but he must not have looked at it today. And sometimes you just forget about it, and that's how it is. So the next game should begin very shortly, guys. And Anand will now have the white pieces, and he must strike as soon as possible, because if he does not strike soon, he will be in some trouble here. He's already 1-0 down in the match. Yes, Dharmik, I read about the 3-round World Championship match. But Carlsen didn't propose it, right? Because it was then he wrote it's a fake news. Okay, guys, I'm going to put one more link in the description about the tickets of the. There are already tickets of the Anish Vidit match, which is happening in Mumbai. So please do get it. Support that one. It's organized by us, and it would be very nice if you guys come. And then Olympiad tickets, I'm putting that one in as well. So if anyone wants to get it, please do so. Beloglavi says there was a game between Alekhine and Rubinstein where Rubinstein kept his king in the center. Maybe that's what Anand tried to repeat. Alekhine Rubinstein. Wow. I haven't seen that game, I guess. Sid came says, I live in Australia. I wish I was in India. I would have loved to come. Yeah. Guys, some people are traveling outside India for the Olympiad. And that is very cool to see because you will get to see your favorite players. But do you think, guys, that Anand will be able to make a comeback here? Because he has to score now either 2 points to enforce a tie break or 2.5. By the way, I think 9 o'clock was the schedule, but I don't think it will start at 9 because the first round itself started a bit late. What if Anand would have castled? Okay, 1 second. Here, let's have a look at a bit of the analysis. So, yeah, as we saw that queen d5 turned to be a mistake here. Then queen g4. And maybe Anand should have gone h5 here itself, but he went here. Bishop h4, excellent move. I think what was beautiful about this game is the next move here. This move I'm very, very doubtful if, which shows that how strong the white player is. Yeah, all 4 games are today. Then tomorrow it is Gelfand versus Abdusattorov. So a4. What a move this was. Should I put the score on screen? Yeah, that's a good idea. Again, I can take away some of the space here. Or maybe I should do it like 0-1, something like that. No, I think sorry, yeah, Gelfand plays Esipenko, not Abdusattorov. Sorry. So A4 was very cool move, I felt, by Santos Latasa. And then he went H5, Queen to F5. B4, CB. I think Anand had to play Bishop takes. Because now the same concept does not work. Because after Queen D1 and E6, the knight is still on C6 here. And after here, the main issue is that it controls the d5 square. So e takes d7, you can already take on f5. There's no queen happening. So that was the key element of why bishop takes b4 was the correct move. So after knight b4, I'm very, very impressed with the way in which the Spaniard played this game. It was a tremendous game. And Anand resigned here for the... So now what happens if the rook moves up, there is a mate. And if the rook moves to the side, you lose the queen. So both ways, like you can do this, and then try something like rook e7. I mean, bishop is taking, so you're not rook. Where to go? Fabiano Caruana just swindled Hans Niemann in Bundesliga. Okay, very interesting. I haven't followed it. Time control is 20 minutes plus 10 seconds increment. Akshay Patil says, what's the format of the match? 4 games of 20 minutes and 10-second increment. And then whoever scores 2.5 wins. And if it is 2-2, they go into blitz. And then, oh, look at this. Anand comes. Anand is here. They shake hands. And they are ready to go, guys. Ready to get it rolling. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. Okay. Vishy plays the Ruy Lopez. And the game begins. What is Jaime going to do? Oh, he plays the archangels. Castles. Vishy is one of the best players when it comes to Ruy Lopez. Yeah, he is the biggest expert in the world of chess. So c3 now, Vishy goes, and he's built up this very nice position here. By the way, I have one question for all of you, just so that you get your basics of this opening right. If here bishop c5, c3, d6, d4, bishop b6, Anand goes here, what is the problem with knight takes e4? Why is this a blunder? Can anyone tell me? Very quickly, guys, very quickly. See, all these traps help you to remember the opening line. That's the thing. Also, guys, our aim today is to reach 940k. That is our aim. So let's try and reach there. Yes, absolutely right. Bishop d5 is the winning move, and it has been found by Abhigyan, Prashant, Tanish, Lahiru, Jyotinjay, Sangeet, Rahil, Manasa, Yug Viraj, and Chess for Fun. Well done. So here the point is, after this, Bishop d5 attacks this knight and also this knight, and it's very difficult to protect both. You lose a piece. So you can't take the pawn. He castled. Now knight d2 defending this. Rook e8. Now once again maybe putting some pressure on e4. Still not hanging, because this bishop d5 trick always remains. Like, let's say if you take, I take, you take, I can take back, and again bishop d5. You know, always remember this trick. So that's the reason why he first played here knight a5, hitting the bishop. Vishy put his bishop back to c2. c5 played, and now Anand pushed his pawn to d5. Knight to g4. He wants to win this bishop on e3. And let's have a look at what Vishy has played. So he goes knight g4. And Vishy instantly goes knight f1, which means he's prepared. Because if he had taken time, there was also bishop g5 in the position here to play. Bishop g5, maybe f6, bishop h4. But he goes knight f1. And now black can win the bishop pair with knight e3. He does it. He takes, knight takes, and he opens up his bishop over here from b6. So he plays c4. And now Anand instantly once again plays b4. Wow. What sort of prep is that by Vishy? Does he know this line or what? Bishop pair disadvantage, yeah? Yeah, actually, I think the main point here is very concrete. I want to check this line very quickly on our ChessBase board so that we know if Anand is, like, you know, well prepared. Is he playing just on intuition? So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles, b5, bishop b3, bishop c5, c3, d6, d4, bishop b6, bishop e3, castles, knight d2, rook e8, rook e1, knight a5 has been played sometimes. There is Giri versus Anand already here. Okay. Anand has played this with white with Nakamura also. Okay. Bishop c2, c5. So Anand is following his game against Nakamura, but there he had played it differently. Anand Nakamura was not d5. He had played d takes c5 here, Vishy. So this might be his prep. Knight d5, so knight g4, and this is already a new position. Huh? Interesting. Okay, let's go back to the game and let's join in here. Anand playing it quickly is a bit surprising for sure, but after knight e3, c4, b4, cb, queen c7 attacks the c3 pawn, queen d2, bishop d7, and this is the position on the board. Black has the bishop pair. Vishy is playing for knight f5 at some point, knight h4, knight f5, or maybe this knight is slightly weirdly placed. You can't play b4 because the c4 square will be weakened. So I like Black's position here. Anand goes rook c1. Okay. This is rook to c1. Jaime can come to h5. Where? How can he come to h5? No, I think in this event there is no problem with a wristwatch, and also it's an analog watch. It's not a digital one, so it's completely fine. I think in India they had this rule that you cannot wear the wristwatch, whereas here, so rook c8 is played by Jaime. He's attacking c3 and bishop goes to d1. Already black's position looks very comfortable, guys. It's a very, very comfortable position for black. But Anand has kept the juice going here. It's not so easy for even black to understand how to continue. I think one plan could be knight b7, but I think the moment you play knight b7, what should white do here, guys? What should white do if knight b7? It's a typical idea. Yes, exactly. I like this idea here, which is to play b4. Siddharth Natu, Chess Craze, Dante, Taj Singh, Atul, Kunjan, Bogdan, Sagar Goel, Bontu and Aman Dokania. So you play your pawn to b4 and you kind of dominate this knight on b7 so that it cannot come back here. Although black can play for a5 here, you don't touch this pawn because it dominates this knight. So I don't think that he will move his knight away from a5 for the time being, because it is putting pressure on b3. But then what should black do? He can't move his knight. His bishop is also well placed. One more idea could be f6, bishop e8, bishop somewhere h5. But you know, you're giving up f5 square there. I think even for Vishy, it's not so clear on what he should do. Like, for example, let's say if I make a move king h8, just for the sake of argument, what is Anand's plan then? Maybe Anand has more improving moves in hand, right? Like, for example, he can go g3, h4, king g2. Maybe he has more ideas there in the position. Yeah, when Vishy is playing, he has a knight pair advantage. No, c3 is not a big weakness. It is weak, but you can't increase the pressure on c3 somehow. It's not so simple, not so trivial. I think these two knights sitting strong. If black decides to take here, it's already bad because the knight is now a little loose. So this is the pride of black's position, this bishop. This is what is giving him an equality. But also, if you look at the time, Anand has managed his time so well here. He has 20 minutes. He started off with 20, he has still 20 minutes, while Jaime has gone down to 15 minutes on the clock. So Vishy always has this strategy, right? Whenever he is pushed to the wall, he uses his speed, he plays his moves quickly. You guys should learn from that. You should learn how he manages to come back. First thing is to put pressure on various things, like on the board, on the clock. Why not knight g5, says Manan? You mean white's move? Possible, Manan, but what's your idea? I'll just push it away, no, with h6. What can black do? Find a good move for him now. I don't know. It's not so simple. I think f6. That's why Jaime is taking his time. He's trying to come up with a plan. You know, human beings can't make one move like that. You know, they can't make a move like rook b8 and say, okay, pass, you play now. Because for them, the move should make sense. What did he play? He played queen a7. Okay, he's putting pressure here. Wow. Okay. So his plan is to take. But after you take, the problem remains, right, guys? So let's say, for example, we go with our plan g3. He takes, I take fe, knight b7, and we know the move here b4. And I think this looks pretty good for white because this knight, but then this knight can already start coming into the game via f6 and from that side, or but even from there, like let's say knight d8, f6, knight f7, I'll play h4 and I'll stop this. But you have knight h6. Okay, the knight is not dead. The knight is not dead. Okay, what should you do with Anand now is the question. Chess Buff says, I tried to play faster in my games but could only blunder faster. Punit says, थोड़ा बोर्ड बड़ा करो. और बड़ा करो इससे. Okay. Maybe we can also look here, guys. What would you do as white? What would be your move for Anand here? Let's see. And look at Vishy. He's just adjusting himself on the chair, getting ready for his move. What should he think? Yes, I like Siddharth Natu, your move. Knight h4, knight f5. But knight h4, he can go g6. And look at Anand's move here. It's a tremendous move, guys. Tremendous move. He's played his rook to a3. And I really love it because he's going to double now. And he's going to put pressure on a6. It's a great idea. And if you take here, I think he might take with the pawn, but he can also take with the queen. Takes, knight b7, b4. And play this position. Next idea, go rook here. Maybe black should instantly go a5. Yeah, it's I think rook a3 he must take. No? He must take here. Marvis Vaidyanathan says, give board more viewing space than live video. Like here, it has more space. Art is more important than the artist. Yes. Well, we can argue on that for a long time. Rook a3. Yeah, almost 15 seconds of lag between the move is made and the feed. 1 second, I'll be back. Rook a3. And Jaime has 12 minutes left now. I really liked Anand's last move, yeah. Rook a3 was really well played. He wants to go here. I think Jaime will take. Oh, he went knight b7. Okay. Interesting. He's played his knight to b7. Vishy, of course, we all know he was going to push that pawn, and a5, fighting back. Fighting back for space. So knight b7, you can see on the video now played. And Vishy, look at how much time he takes. Knight b7, b4 is kind of a knee-jerk reaction. Why is it knee-jerk, guys? Because the knight is 2 squares away from the pawn. And whenever a knight is 2 squares away from the pawn dominates the knight. Please keep in mind here. So rook a1 was played, but there was another opportunity for Vishy. I think he missed it. It's not missed it, but knight f5 could have been an idea here. And the point of it is that if you take and play e4, then Vishy has to find an important move, because if he moves his knight, e3 might be coming in with this. So white to play, what is that move that Vishy can play here which could turn the tables around? That's why chess is so fascinating. It is filled with so many unseen and hidden tactics. Let's see. What does our chat have to say here? Move order is key, guys. Move order is key. So the move that you all have recommended is knight d4. But knight d4 I do not like, because after knight d4 he will take and then problems here. So the move is not even queen g5 because of f6. I push the queen away, then I will take the knight. The move here is the brilliant move which has been found by a handful of people. Chess Buff and Abhay Karnataki. Well done, both of you. f6. Amazing move. If you take e takes f3, queen g5, threatening a mate. And if g6, queen h6 mate. Keep this in mind, guys. Keep this in mind. A pawn and a queen on dark squares can do wonders. That is the reason why knight f5 was a very nice move. But it was not played in the game. Vishy played rook a1 and he's putting pressure on a file. And I think a natural move now is to play a4. But once again, a4 would mean that he allows knight f5. Tom Riddle says, today in the Olympiad stories with Sarvanan, it was mentioned that Vishy plays so fast, like a lightning kid. And today we are able to see it in action. It's quite insane that Sarvanan, who was talking about Anand at the Manila Olympiad in 1992, 30 years ago, is still playing and we can see him live. That is the best part about, being a Vishy fan. You were following him in 92 when he was playing in Manila Olympiad, and you are still following him now when he's playing in Lyon. Okay, rook c7 played in the game. Come on, Vishy, let's go knight f5. That is the move here. We must enter the position with knight to f5, because the knight then hits here and really you must take. Actually, this is defended, but the knight is beautifully positioned. His point of rook c7 makes sense. He wants rook c8 here. And now bishop f5, ef5, and we know this idea of f6 and queen g5. So let's say he goes queen f6, and now Anand can just control this square, maybe with bishop c2, and he is in complete control, like rook c8, maybe bishop e4 or bishop d3, putting pressure here. White is in the driver's seat, completely in the driver's seat. So let's see to rook c7 if Anand is able to play knight f5 here. It's not a simple move. Yeah, if knight f5 doesn't see, then he has to find something else. But what? Any other moves that you think could be played here instead of knight f5? Any other move that comes to mind? Because what else to do? You don't want to take here and activate his knight. C4, Harish Nair says. Harish, but C4 isn't it a free pawn? Like I can take it. What is your idea? Knight G5. But once again, I mean, Knight G5 has no threat. I'm not even threatening anything. So I don't think Bishop E2, Rahul Mukherjee. Yeah, that's a logical move. Putting pressure on B5. I like this move, Bishop E2. Rahul Mukherjee, Suresh Rao, F. Thimis, Chinmay Watwe, Mandar Nanal, Sanskar. Very good. Manasvi Mishra. Oh, Bishop E2 played. Acha. Okay. Manasvi, thanks. So he puts his bishop on E2. And Vishy says that, okay, I have knight f5 in hand. I'm now putting pressure here. But just the disadvantage of this is that now black can take. And then his bishop is still alive and the knight has no longer to jump on f5. But I think also for Jaime, it's not easy to give up his bishop for the knight on e3. I think he wants to now keep it. His mindset would say that why should I give my bishop for the knight? Because the knight can anyway not move. Now the f2 pawn is hanging. So he might go for something else here. Maybe for rook c8. Maybe for a4. Because now Anand cannot play knight f5. f2 is hanging. Is it a big deal actually? Not really, because knight f5, bishop f2. Maybe there is king h1. I don't know. Possible. He goes rook c8. Okay, he brings his rook, puts pressure on c3. Okay. Now, what does Anand do here? He's putting pressure on the c3 point. And Vishy has to decide now how to continue. Rook and the two rooks are putting pressure. Guys, please do like the stream so that more people can join in and watch this epic match, which I think will go down the wire because already Anand is 1 point down, but is doing very well in this game. How to continue here? One idea is to play b takes a5, because now if you play knight takes a5, there seems to be a tactical idea here which can be played, which is c4. And then you have to find a tactical, like if you play b takes c4, I have rook a5, bishop a5, queen a5, or even rook a5. And this seems really strong for white, 2 pieces for a rook. But rook a c8, what is it that white should do? Here is a big question. I mean, b takes a5 is just the most natural human move that comes to mind with the queen lined up, 2 rooks lined up against the queen. But it could also be 1 point to play knight d1, because once the knight comes out from here, f2 is no longer hanging. There's no bishop takes e3. So Anand playing knight d1, then b takes a5 becomes a big threat. But he takes on a5, which is clearly the most natural move. Someone has been asking, like, why are the moves happening faster than the players? Well, that's because there's a small lag in the video, and for the transmission which is coming, there's a delay of around 10 to 15 seconds there. So b takes a5. And he takes, oh, he takes with the bishop. Okay. And now this is pinned. Wow. And Vishy has a huge advantage now. But what is the move that he should play? And what has just changed? Oh, yes, something very big has changed. Actually, Anand will find this move. For sure, he will find it. And you guys should tell me what is the move here. You can see Anand there. That little bit of fidgetiness. He knows that there is something. He starts to sort of wipe the perspiration, adjust his watch, and really gets focused on the board. He's like, there's something happening here. He can see it, sense it. And I think even Jaime Latasa now sees it. What is the move? Well, if you play rook a5, then knight a5, it's not so clear, because then always there is knight b3 ideas. Remember. So like, let's say if you take this, you all want to increase the pressure this way. Nice, nice, nice. But what about rook c3 now? Because if you play rook c3, then I can play rook c3. There is less pressure here. And if you play rook a5, then there is, I can take knight a5, queen a5, and then rook c1 check and deflect this rook and win your queen. So somehow that doesn't work. Queen a2, good move, good idea, but doesn't seem to be the best. There is also rook a5, knight a5. Someone was saying then c4, but maybe here knight c4 or knight b3 saves the day for black. But the move that I was actually very much looking forward to from your end is knight to f5. And that is the correct move suggested by Rahul, Vivek, Kulvinder, Clara, Vinay, Pinky, Kaushik, Hobbit, Satvik. Well done, guys. So the point here is that you go not in this position, but in this one, you go knight f5. And what will happen is this knight is beautifully positioned here. Threats like knight d6 now are in the air with rook a5. And if bishop f5, I have ef5 with queen g5 and f6 coming in. And when you play f6, then I can take on b5 now, because the bishop is gone and I'm a pawn up with a completely dominating position. So, oh, and Vishy, what has he played here? Has he gone knight f5? I think he has. Let's just zoom in. And Vishy has moved his knight to f5, and you can see Anand very happy with what he has got here. And now he is moving in for the kill. Jaime has to be careful here. There was one question, I think, by someone like here. Instead of, like, after knight f5, is bishop e7, bishop c3 possible? Well, there are many ways, but I think the easiest is to take here, and knight d2. There is no back rank mate, because after take, there is knight f1. I like how Anand has put his knight on f5. Knight f5 is so difficult to see, says Savita Chess. It is just going in the opposite direction while play is happening on the queen side. True. You remember the last game where a4 was played by Jaime? Is the same concept, guys. And I think you should really use it in your games. Like, something is happening on one side, you play on the other side, because somehow on a chessboard everything is connected to each other. Bishop c3. could be met with queen g5. True. That is also possible. Yeah, that is for sure possible. Very good suggestion by Mandar Nanal. Well done, Mandar. Very good suggestion. So now after knight f5, now Jaime not only has a bad position, he also has very little time. 5 minutes left. AJ Style says Vishy playing on both sides. Just saw last Sarvanan video where he's talking about it. Correct. Sarvanan knows Anand very well because he's played with him, worked with him when they were young. Yes. Just for fun, I will keep this board for more time so that it's no pressure on your eyes. Also, guys, this could be a threat. Knight d6. Although it seems like it takes and rook a5. And another very basic threat is knight e7 with a fork. So there is a lot of pressure here on black. What if bishop f5, e5, f6? Yes, if take f6, then this pawn is hanging on b5. So bishop b5 seems to be a problem. Bharat Rawat says, what if rook e8 here? That is possible, Bharat. But here we can also play queen g5. That is one idea. But when the king is so lonely, there is always a chance to take a pawn and open up the king, which is knight g7. And it might seem a little anti-intuitive, but after queen g5, your king has to go back. Queen f6, king here, and knight g5 already building up a deadly attack. And remember, c4 and the rook swings over. That could be one of the things. So Jaime says, good riddance. Let me get rid of this knight. So knight takes, and now f6 is played. But I think Vishy is going to just chop off this and take on b5. So let's see here on our big screen. Vishy takes on f5 instantly. And f6 also has to be played, because if you don't do that, then the threat is f6 and queen g5. So that's the reason why f6 played. Instantly taken, and now he chops off the pawn on b5. Rook c5 on the board. So now after bishop b5, rook c5 played. Let's try to think. Guys, can we go c4? I really like this move. Am I missing something? I don't think so. c4. And now after bishop d2, I play rook a7. Just cementing my entire position. And then I'm threatening the rook, I'm threatening the knight, bishop. I think Anand's going to do this. Anand's going to play c4. What do you think? Also bishop c6, very doable. Just put the bishop in there. Yeah, Kalpana Maru, you are right. Also Dipankar Kamble, yeah, bishop c. bd7 also looks nice, right? Just hitting the rook and then maybe putting the bishop there. But I think c4 is the most human way to just kill this game. And we have 1700 people here joining in, guys. Please do like the stream. Anand has lost the first game in this 4-game match against Jaime Latasa. And now he is in a dominating winning position, which is going to equalize the score. And then we will move to the last 2 games of today. If there is a 2-2 tie, we go into blitz segment of 5+3. And if whoever wins will play the winner of Anand of Gelfand versus Esipenko, which will happen tomorrow. And then the finals will take place on Sunday. This is rated, but rapid rating. Anand is just calculating in how many ways I can win this position. Actually, there is one more way in which you can win, right? Like you can take knight. Maybe not. Or maybe take this. Take c4. Did I find the way to lose or what? Knight c4. Knight c4. I was thinking knight b3, but there take and take is winning for white. But no, knight c4 is the point. At hitting the queen, if you take here, I take on d2, and then in the end b5 is hanging. That is the point. And Vishy goes bishop c6. Very good move. Just yeah, correct, Shashank. He's played bishop c6. Very strong move. A very powerful move, cutting everything off. Also, just maybe threatening bishop b7, queen b7, rook takes. Piece up. Jaikar Pandurangan says, with a knight on f5, the game often wins itself. Is said in many textbooks on attack. True. But the knight just lasted there for one move, but it was good enough. I think Jaime would be really right now kicking himself for the fact that he did not, here he went rook a c8. He could have taken on e3 and gotten rid of this dangerous knight, and then after fe3 pushed his pawn to a4, and okay, position is kind of equalish. But the moment he allowed ba5, bishop a5, also here bishop e3 could have been considered still, but he takes, and now this is just his dominating position, and you can already see the expressions of the players there. Jaime goes knight d8. Sushant says, can he take rook c6? But Sushant, after take, there is also one more big problem. You're already losing, but there is a LPDO. It's a double attack. Sid Kim says he's not hitting himself. No. True. Yes, Minakshi Balasubramaniam, Bhrugu Das, Sachin Saju, Peter MJ, Mandar Nanal, Sagar Goel, Sangeet Dhabi, Queen d5 check. And then this is hanging on c6. So that does not work. By the way, knight d2 played by Vishy. Oh, Vishy went first, queen a2. Anand, Anand just having fun. Yeah, knight b3 next. Maybe yes. Yeah, the best move now should be resigns. Yeah. Abhinav Gupta says, what are the preparations for the Olympiad broadcast? Well, we'll have, I think there are some events where you have to prepare for the broadcast to make it exciting. And there are some events where the event itself takes care of the excitement. And I think Olympiad is one of them. Of course, the biggest preparation we have done is that we have booked our tickets to Chennai. And we will be going there and staying and streaming from the venue. So that's the biggest. Getting confused which is the live board. Resigns there. And Jaime resigns. The score is 1-1 in the favor of none of the players. It's 1-1. It's tied. And Vishy Anand makes a very important comeback after losing game number 1, which was very important. So the score is now 1-1. Jaime played the best move here. Yeah, he resigned. So yes, I mean, one win for him is great. But I think Jaime has been playing in this tournament for several times. So playing against top players is not something that he is unknown for. 1-1 in the favor of fans. So there will be 2 more games that will be played. The next round will begin in a bit. And all the people who are here, please do like this video. Also subscribe. We want to reach 940k. And we have 3 links in the description. The first link is the tickets to the ChessBase India death match. The second is all about Anish versus Vidit death match that will happen. The third link is tickets to the Olympiad. So please do check them out. Why didn't they reset the board? Well, Arbiter is doing there. Yeah. Why is this losing? Says Pradeep R. So Pradeep, the main thing is that knight b3 is coming to put pressure here. Also, your bishop is hanging. So the last threat was after takes, if you blundered this, then you know what's happening, guys. You know what's happening, right? Manish says, can you please let us know who Jaime is? Jaime is a Spanish grandmaster with a rating of 2650 in classical chess, 2593 in rapid chess. He is a good player from Spain. And because this tournament is happening in Spain, they have one spot for a local player. Always that helps to sort of push chess in their country. So rook b1 is the threat here to give a check and mate. So that's the reason why Vishy said first I will defend that. And now the point is, how do you defend against me just taking your bishop? So that would just lose a piece, and there's hardly anything left here because after takes there's also no time to take the pawn. It's a check here. Yeah. Sachin says, can you tell me a bit about Leon Master Tournament? So Leon Masters is a very prestigious event that has been going on since 34 editions. This is the 35th one. And if I'm not mistaken, Anand is the one who has won the maximum editions of this tournament. He has won 9 times. And Vishy would be looking to make it 10th. If you remember, guys, once Pragnananda had played at Leon Masters and he had played against Wesley So. And it was I think the first time ever that Pragnananda got a chance to play a world-class player in a match format like these 4 games. And also that was one of the first times I had done the commentary, live commentary. It was in I don't remember, 2018 maybe, 2017, 2018. So it's always held in the same format, I think, which is 4 players play. Maybe before they had something different, but at least for the last several editions, they have had this. So it's directly semi-finals between 2 players each, and then whoever wins goes into the finals and plays against each other. There was also once Anand versus MVL. That was also a nice one. Yes, Advanced Gamer, tomorrow at Phoenix Market City, we have the ChessBase India Chess Club, 17th week that we are going to have. So many people have come there, improved, played, enjoyed, made friends. So please do come there tomorrow. We'll have a lot of fun over there. Shashank says, for the Olympiad stream, you should consider having multiple streams and have coverage like Star Sports cover events like Olympics, FIFA, World Cup, different streams covering different matches. Oh, that way. I think we won't do that. Different streams covering different matches, because that would mean that people will have to keep switching. And generally, whenever that happens in other sports, there are different countries playing, I guess. Here it's like there will be Indian teams only playing India A, India B, and everyone's interested in all teams, sort of. So we'll have that one broadcast. What will be the format of ChessBase India Originals? Rohit, the second link in the description explains that everything. What are the formats? There's a blindfold game, there's a chess 960 game, there's a no castling game, there's a rapid game, then we have the blitz segment for 1 hour, then we have the bullet segment. It's a lot of fun. There's also an exhibition match between all the stand-up comedians who have been such a big part of the journey. We will have Samay there, we'll have Biswa, Vaibhav. Samay is of course going to be the host along with me and Amruta, but we'll have Biswa, Vaibhav, Anirban, and it's our way of having them, thanking them for all that they have done for chess, spend time for it. Also on one day before, there is a tournament that is organized there on 25th, and all of you can participate in that tournament, and top 10 winners get to play a simul against Anish and Vidit. So that is a very big opportunity. And there's also a chess results link. I think I should put that for the players list of that event. I think we already have more than 100 players who have registered for that. There is a chess results link. I'm just trying to figure out where it is. And then you can also see who are the players who are playing there, and you can register. And here it is. So I'll put that as the 4th link in the description, or maybe 3rd. Yeah, maybe let's put it as the 4th link. Chess results for 25th July event. Which chess set are they using here? I think they are just using the standard chess set of FIDE or DGT. But I'm a bit surprised as to the board. The board is a little weird. I think it's inside the table. Is it embedded inside the table? Otherwise, it's very thin, no? That board part. This is FIDE rated, no? This one, I think this is FIDE rated. Yes, I will come tomorrow, Advanced Gamer, at the club. Match 3 should start within, like, I don't know, 5 minutes maybe. No ratings updated on 2700 chess. Possible that it's not rated. Yeah, looks like Intel Rapid Tournament, says Abhinav. Yeah, it gives that feel, that vibe, the dark, and then there's this light there. It's very nicely done, by the way, by them. Why do chess games not come in TV? Naveen says. Well, maybe someday, very soon, yeah, it will happen, Naveen. I'm sure. No, chess codes, the last segment is Armageddon, which might not be needed because 18 games, 9-9 happening is not a given. So 9:30, even if Armageddon happens, it's 10 minutes. But I think by 9:30 we should be done. And if Armageddon happens, then by 9:45 for the ChessBase India Originals. Today, this will go on, I think, until 12 at least. Keshav says, love your streams. Arre, thank you, Keshav. Thank you so much. Why is chess not in Olympics, says Tyranius? That's a big question, actually. Why is chess not in Olympics? I hope someday it will be. One of the reasons why I want chess in the Olympics is not because, everyone will start it's not like the Olympics, because chess Olympiad is also a big event that happens in India, but I mean in the world, and this time happening in India. It's because whenever someone thinks about sports, even if you see when Prime Minister Modi came and spoke about uh, during the torch relay, he spoke about how India has now won 7 medals or something like that. We had more medals this time in the last Olympics. So sports is kind of equated to Olympics, how we do every year. There is support, there are sponsorships, there are government programs, and I think that is the thing which will help a lot. That's where I think chess should have. Yes, and also some awards can happen because of it, correct? Yeah, for sure, we would have got more medals for India. Have you sent the rule book? Yes, Ninad, we have sent the rule book to both the players for the death match. Prathamesh says, will Amruta Tai be there at the chess club? I'm not sure. She's maybe I'll ask her. Maybe today before the stream ends. Uh, just looking at this game once, I thought that this game was very well played by Vishy. It also shows his understanding of the Spanish. Archangel's variation, knight d2, rook e1, knight a5, c5, d5, and he gave up this bishop. That was very interesting. He just gave it up. Knight f1, takes, c4, queen b4, and this structure is a little bit brittle, but at the same time prevents the knight from coming here, and the moment it goes back, you can push b4. c7, rook c1, bd1, queen a7, knight b7, and I think this was the moment. And here I think Jaime should have taken on e3, but he went a5. And yeah, this knight f5 was the game changer, because there are threats like knight e7, knight g7, so many threats. So Jaime took, but then f6 became a threat with queen g5, so he had to play this. He lost a pawn, then Vishy plonked his bishop there, and yeah, this is where he resigned. Srini Shuruti says, thank you for inspiring me. Your channel helped me a lot to improve my game. Also, you're doing a great job. Thank you so much. Array, thank you, Srini. All the best. It's great to know. Shushant says, what was your first ever opening that you learnt in depth? I think knight f3, g3, bishop g2, and castles. This is what I played once when I was young, like a lot of games. That was the first opening. By the way, Anand will now have the black pieces. The first game he had lost with black. Let's see if he is able to change his opening this time and play more solid. Just give me a second, guys. I will be back. You can also take something to eat. I'll also get something. Sorry, guys. I'm back, and the game has just begun. I had a very important call that came in, so I'm very sorry related to. And we have the Catalan on the board related to the death match. So I'm very sorry. And there we go. Anand playing with black now. D takes c4, bishop g2, c5, castles, knight to c6, d takes c5, Vishy takes, bishop c5. And you know, this line is very well known. After bishop c5, Anand plays, Santos plays knight d2, and now here you give up a pawn. How do you give up the pawn? आप कॉल तो उठाते नहीं प्रेम मिलिन से. Hello from Italy says Shaki Giochi strategy key. Yes, c3 exactly. This is how you give up a pawn, because anyway he's going to take and his knight is coming to c4, then looking at d6 and e5. So you play your pawn to c3, you attack the knight, and then after b takes c3, castles, so the pawn structure is a little bit ruined. Knight b3, bishop goes back, and now there are two ways to play. One is knight d4, the other one is c4. c4, bishop d7, very common, bishop b2. And now everyone used to play rook f d8 because the threat was to take here, and take here. So everyone thought we have to defend our bishop. But later on, people realized that you don't need to actually save that. And what you can do is you can play rook fc8. And that came as a revelation, because now after take, this position is considered as equal. And here it is an important move for black to play, just so that you are aware what should black play in this position, guys. Black to move. Sagar sir, I got my FIDE rating and increased to 1856. It took place at Madurai. Dhanush, congratulations. That's amazing. Savita chess, very good. Shravan Kumar, knight a5 looks like a good move. Unfortunately, it is not good, because if you play knight a5 here, hitting here, the problem is I go knight b3. And if you take, it bolsters my structure. If you take on c4, then after knight d4, already white is in the driver's seat. The main thing is that you should not allow white to coordinate. So the right move is rook d8. And this has been mentioned here, rook d8, by Savita Chess, Abhay Man, Arjun Iyer, Love Chess, and Abhishek Iyer. Well done, guys. So here, after this rook d8, there is pressure here on d1, and so black is equal. That is the reason why people are not taking on f6 now, and c5 was played in this game. So c5 played by Jaime. He's pushed his pawn. Anand played his bishop back to e8 quite quickly, I would say. Knight f d2. And now Vishy played b6. So this seems like again prep from Vishy. He's not using much of his time. b6 very quickly played, as you can see on the screen. That was the move that Vishy played. And now Jaime looks in the other direction, captures the pawn. Vishy also captures it back here with ab6, with his rook opening up here. And then came knight to c4, attacking the pawn on b6. And now Vishy has to take care of his pawn on b6. What should he play? And he plays his rook a to b8, defending the pawn here. And what did Jaime do now? He's thinking. Yes, Suresh Rao, I'll ask Amruta. And he goes knight d6. And Anand takes the knight. Rook takes. Okay. Generally, Vishy is very good at defending such positions. But it does seem that white has a small edge with these two bishops cutting across the diagonals. First threat here, actually there is no real threat as such for now because the knight is well protected by the bishop. Oh, today was Humpy versus Nana match. Really? Today was Humpy versus Nana. Oh, wow. Okay, Vishy goes knight a5. He takes, pawn takes. And now, how many of you would take here? Say yes, because the bishop is hanging. And those who wouldn't take, say no. Maybe then you would choose a move like bd4 or bishop e5. Yes, how many of you would take? Prem Milin Gujarati says there's a Prag Vidit game in this. Yes, I think, but there was, in that game, instead of c5, a4 was played, if I'm not mistaken. Harika it was, not Humpy. Yeah, I saw Harika had won. How many of you are saying yes? Guys, why would you say yes? Why would you give up your beautiful bishop? This pride of your position on b2. It's such a beautiful bishop. Giving up not only gives up the bishop pair, it also solves black's back rank issues and the king can always move up. Double pawns are not always bad, guys. Here, these pawns are quite strong. So taking is not a good idea, but Sakar Chess Ambarnath says this is Vishy's knight, so he would take it. Yeah, on a lighter note, that's very nice, but the right move is to keep the bishop. Abhinav says Humpy Nana match was before Harika Desi. Ooh. Got it. So bishop e5, keeping the... And now Anand goes rook to b5. He's hitting the bishop. But it is very interesting how Jaime is getting advantage with white pieces against Vishy. Because generally when you play these world-class players like Anand and all of them, to get a advantage with white is never easy. Srinivas says, is it only for school students in Olympiad or also college students? I believe you can write on that email ID, Srinivas, and clarify once. My understanding, it should be for all students, college as well, but you should confirm. Yeah, those bishops do look scary. Look at this, guys. The rook to b5, hitting the bishop, and now f4, just cementing the bishop. Or even bishop d4 seems good. So just trying to see this on our ChessBase board once again. Shall we do that in order to get an idea of what has been played before in this line? So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5, g3, dc4, bishop g2, c5, castles, knight c6, dc, bishop c5, no, first queen d1, rook d1, bishop c5, knight d2, c3, pawn takes, castles, knight b3, bishop e7, c4, bd7. We have 233 games, bishop b2, rook f c8. See, it's only 20 games now. It's the trending line, rook f c8. We have Wesley So versus Anand also, which has happened here. And c5 has been played in Vidit Prag. Oh, Vidit Prag. One of them wasn't a4 also played at some point in Vidit versus Prag game? Maybe later on, right? Bishop e8. So this has been played in Vidit Pragnananda game. Okay, got it. b6, takes, knight c4. We have so many games here. Rook a b8, knight d6, bishop d6, rook d6, knight a5. Also Vidit Pragnananda, takes. Okay, so Prag and Anand following the same line. And here Predke and Aryantari, Vidit Prag both had continued rook b4, but Vishy goes rook b5. So this is the first new move of the game. Okay, great. Now we have more knowledge about this. Let's go back to our main board. After knight a5, bishop ba5, knight bishop e5. Vishy went rook b5 and Jaime goes f4. So f4 has been played. Any update on Gukesh's rating? Hudadi Fart. Hudida Fart. Gukesh is now 2693. We just published a video on it. I interviewed him before the stream. So please do check it out. And between his last round and his yeah, this is his interview. Between the last round and his prize ceremony, we did an interview with him. What is Hall 1 and Hall 2, Vidyachan? I think if I'm not mistaken, Hall 1 is the top board games and Hall 2 is the second hall. So there will be, let's say, top, I don't know how many boards, maybe top 20, 30 boards, top 20, 30 teams in the first hall. Remaining teams will be in Hall 2, something like that. Or maybe more teams in top hall. So most likely you would want to see the Hall 1, I think. What about NG4, says Pilot Prox? True, NG4 looks like a good move, hitting the bishop. I don't think he will give the bishop up. So what should be White's move here then? Fit Avenger, I used ChessBase 16 to look at previous games. Dhanay Doshi, very good. Ayush Shah, Ujjwal Gupta, correct. BD4. Just improving the Janvi Gadade, Darshan Borole, Anirudh Jadhav. So BD4 seems like the right move. But already Anand is in a slightly uncomfortable situation because opponent has the bishop pair and Vishy has to figure out how to sort of continue. And if he tries to, move his rook in, then his back rank is definitely an issue here. So it's not so simple. If knight g4, bd4, rook b4, says Peter Cavanaugh. Peter, then you can just maybe solidify. This bishop is already defended, so I can even hit you with a3. It doesn't seem very dangerous. Yeah. h6 played by Anand after some thought. Okay, so he's just put his pawn on h6, but that seems a little slow, I feel. Let's just look at the expressions of the players and how the atmosphere is there. You can see that Anand down to 14 minutes, 17 minutes for Jaime Latasa. Yeah, h6 is something you don't really think of, but I think Anand's point is simple. He wants to remove the back rank issues. Just get that, maybe prepare perhaps at some point king h7, and then so that the rook can move down the board. But also at the same time, he's asking his opponent, what are you going to do here? And Jaime says, I just double down the d file. I'm coming down to d8. I'm entering your position. Once I come here, I'm threatening to take, and your e8 bishop will hang. Knight d7 now is not possible because I just take. So this does not work. Takes. This is winning for white. Two pieces will just go away for the rook, just like that. So I think Anand is definitely on the back foot here. But how do you continue is the question. Maybe knight d5. Do you give up a pawn like that? See, knight d5. Now I'm threatening knight c3. Actually, is it a threat? Knight c3, bishop c3. Yeah, maybe it is, because but then there's rook d8, and if I play king f8, there is already bishop c6. No, bishop c6, rook is there. Okay, maybe it's possible. So let's say this is a threat. So you take, and try to play it this way. But such a position would generally work out for black quite okay, because the opposite colored bishops would mean that even being pawned down is not such a big deal. Bobby Madden says with rook b4, he wanted his bishop to go to b5 or a4. True. I think Anand's move rook b5 here was a small inaccuracy. Rook b4 was the better move, but it's not like a very losing idea or something. Rook h6, rook d1, and now Vishy goes king h7. Okay. If the bishop could come to e4, that would have been nice, but now knight takes e4 is possible. Well, in blitz, in rapid games, you don't have to write moves, Pradeep. Buggy Bum, we can't play rook d5 because of bishop d5, so that's not possible. Vignesh Kannan says, I have a doubt. If knight d5, h3, knight c3, rook d8. Ooh, nice one, Vignesh. That means knight c3 was not. I was calculating just take, rook d8, king f8, and I thought that this. But what you suggest is just very good, correct? So actually, knight d5, knight c3 was not a threat, and so white should not even take here. Good one. Oh, hello, Abhijit. How are you? Abhijit Gupta in the chat, Grandmaster, and Abhijit is the member of India C team at the Olympiad. So, and he's preparing hard for it. Abhijit, how is the preparation going on? Abhijit says, when does Sagar rest? Abhijit, there were 2 days in between the candidates and this one. And so that was the resting period. But guys, the C team, which has Abhijit Gupta, Surya Ganguly, Karthikeyan, Murli, Abhimanyu, Puranik, and Sethuraman, is a great team that India has. And in fact, I feel that all 3 Indian teams have excellent chances to win medal at this Olympiad. Okay, king at 7 played. What should white do in this position now? Anand is basically making way for his bishop to come out, like move his rook away, get his bishop out. What should white do? It's not so trivial. I think that white should try to maybe start pushing his pawns like h3, g4, maybe gain some space. But Vishy's idea is maybe rook c5 or rook c5, bishop a4, and maybe bishop c2 to e4 could be one plan. Like, get the bishop back in the game. So it's not so clear as white what to do, and that's why Jaime is thinking he's 13 minutes 22 seconds. Samved says, what are your predictions for top 3 at the Olympiad? Well, it's difficult to predict right now, Samved, but where will you stream it live? I will stream it. There will be 6 rounds streamed on ChessBase India and 5 rounds on Samay's channel. So that's how we are going to divide it. I think round 1 ChessBase India, round 2 Samay, round 3 ChessBase India, like alternate rounds will happen. h3 played just as we thought to gain space. Maybe another way to gain space was bishop f3 and rook c5. Maybe I want to put my rook here. g4, bishop a4. And I think once you activate this, and this putting the king on h7 was a smart idea. Because there's no check here with the knight being there. And if bishop f6, gf6, bishop e4, then king g7 is possible. Abhijit is playing in the Bundesliga this weekend, Tanmay says. Really? Abhijit, are you in Germany right now? Are you playing at the Bundesliga? Yeah, dynamic chess. That is for the Olympiad, the alternate day streaming plan for the Olympiad. Abhinav Ajit, the results are 1-1. One win for Jaime, first game. Second game went in Vishy's favor. The score is 1-1. Oh, he said it in the chat. Bhai, maine likha tha. Oh, 1 second. I missed it. Oh, no, I'm playing in Bundesliga. Okay. Abhijit, all the best for Bundesliga. And that is amazing. Will you show live footage? Yes, Ramu, we will show live footage of all the players at the Olympiad. And there will also be ancillary coverage of it. There will also be, we will also cover interviews and many other things around there. Oh, tomorrow is Baden-Baden. Wow. Abhijit, which team are you playing for? Guys, Baden-Baden is like the best team in the Bundesliga. Vishy Anand who used to play for Baden-Baden. And so that is DZ Zhao. Okay, DZ Zhao is the team of Abhijit, and that will be very interesting because Baden-Baden is the strongest team. It's very difficult to beat them. Rook b c5, good move by Vishy. He plays his rook to c5. Guys, look at this crazy variation. Okay, bishop b7. And now what happens is that this rook does not have space. Here you can't go, you lose the rook. Here you can't go. So you have to go rook b8 or rook c7. Right? If you go rook b8, then already rook b6 is nice sandwiching the rook in all ways. It's lost. So you have to play rook c7. And now I can't give any disco like this because then my bishop would hang. And if I play rook b6, I think already rook d7 should be completely fine for black. So that's the reason why I now try to save my bishop via a6, threatening bishop d3 check. That is already a huge improvement, and he finds it. By the way, bishop b5, just to finish this line, stopping your bishop. I take, you take. And now, what is the only move for white to get an advantage here? What is the move here? Guys, come on. Try to find the move. Let's see who's able to find. It's not so tricky. दोस्तों कौन सा पोजीशन के बारे में लिख रहे हो? Find the move. Srijan Saha, very good. We have Srijan Saha, the only one, and Viz who have found. Everyone wants to take on f6. For what? Guys, आप लोग क्यों bishop takes f6 बोल रहे हो? What is the point of taking here? You want to double the pawns? There is no advantage of doubling. Rook takes e6. Disco. Double pawns are not always bad. Please keep this in mind. This is great. My king comes to g7. Everything is very well protected. So rook e6 was the correct move. But by the way, look at Santos Jaime. He's playing amazingly well. He's found this maneuver. Wow. Wow. And that makes Vishy feel uncomfortable for sure, because bishop d3, you can't play g6, your knight will hang. So Vishy has to find something now. Bishop a6 found, and this is what makes this match very interesting, is that Jaime is putting a lot of pressure on Anand. It's not a one-way traffic for Vishy. Meanwhile, we have hit 939, 700 subscribers, guys, 300 away from 940k. Also, do like the stream. This match is going to go down the wire according to me. If Jaime wins this, Vishy will be in a must win in the next game. Then 2-2 score. Then you go into the blitz. Then 1-1. Then you go into the Armageddon. It can go on. But if Anand is able to hold this game, then he can push with the white pieces and win in the 4 rapid games itself. Ayan, thank you so much for becoming the backer of Indian chess. That's very cool of you. Sudarshan Rangan says, can we go knight e4? Sudarshan, if you go knight e4 here, yes, you hit this. But unfortunately, bishop d3 might pin this. Yes, you want to play f5. But there's another move here, rook d8. I hit your bishop, and if you play bishop b5, I will take, and your rook is hanging on c7. So actually, your rook was under pressure. So rook d8 is a double attack here and here. So knight e4 somehow doesn't work. Bishop b5 played by Anand here. Anand knows that he's going to be in some tactical trouble here because of this attack. But I think this might not be so simple. Even after I take, it's not like over. Say, for example, I take here bishop c7. Black can play a very important move here, guys. What is the move? To keep the balance going, I want at least 100 of you to give this answer. It's a simple move, but you have to be alert. And I think Anand has calculated this. Vishy would have calculated. That's why he went bishop b5. Otherwise, he would be simply a pawn down here. Yes, that is very correct. So many of you have found the right answer. The move here is rook b2. Awesome job here done by Vignesh, Srijan, Dhanesh, Tom, Divya, Savita, Abhishek, Ayush, Viz, Abhishek Tiwari. Rook b2 is a clear double attack on a2 and e2. I attack these 2 pawns. What do you do next? You can play a4. I'll take on e2. You will take on a5. I will come back to a2. You can go rook d4. But somehow my rook is very well placed. Your king is cut off here on the 7th rank. I can bring my king in. My knight can jump in. I think black has enough to hold the balance here. So now first, Jaime takes on b5, rook b5. What should white do? Sahit Garapati says, Sagar bhai, why are you yelling? Well, I don't know, Sahit. Maybe that's because this game already is very exciting. First knight d5, then rook b2, says Ujjwal Gupta. But Ujjwal, if you play knight d5, can't I go bishop e5 back and stop rook b2? Maybe a4 instead of rook e6. a4 here, but a4, rook b4, attacking a4, then attack that, right? Okay, that's happened, guys. That's happened. Takes. Vishy goes rook b2. I think what you can see now in this video is that full it's like how quickly Anand plays. You know, when Anand sees this variation, see, he will take rook e6. And look at Vishy now. Instantly takes back. Although he has 10 minutes. Bishop c7 and how much? 1, 2, in 3 seconds, rook b2. So this is called calculating beforehand. It's not like you reach a position and then you're like, oh, double attack, hey, let me play it. It's like you know it beforehand and you're thinking about it. So Vishy finds those moves in an instant. That's why he's such a great player. Rook b2. Now a2 and e2 hanging. I must say that Jaime Santos Latasa has played really well to push Anand to the limit in this game. But somehow Vishy has managed to hold the balance. a4. And now he takes here. I think Anand just understands this fact, you know. If in life, here's the analogy, that in life you have let's say your parents, you want to ask them, can I go out tomorrow? And you know that whether they will say yes or no intuitively. They'll be like, okay. Then you'll be like, oh, day after tomorrow also I have to ask. But if I ask now, I will be in trouble because my mom will get angry. So let me not ask now. Let me ask later. So what are you doing? You know how much counterplay is there in the position, how much you can afford. Same way, Vishy understands how much compensation he has in this position where he's not losing. Because imagine his opponent has a bishop over a knight. He also has an extra pawn. But Vishy knows that, look, I have done my studies here. My mom is happy. So I've cut the king off on the 7th rank. Also, my exams just got over. So my king is coming in. You know, he knows these things. Oh, Santos's rating is 2675. And no, Santos is not his middle name. Acha, his first name is Santos. Oh, Azteca. Maybe, I'm not sure. I thought Jaime was his first name. No, of course, Shashank, white is better for sure. But the thing is that black has this very important idea, like you go in with your king, maybe king g6, push h5 so that g4 is not easily available, and then put it on f5, then knight e4 attacking g3, and so he might have to go to e1, and then with h4 taking the f4 square becomes weak. So black has enough play, and it's not easy to push this pawn down the board because the rook is right behind it. So I was thinking that, can we go bishop e1 here, then push the pawn to a5 and then rook d2? That could be one way, but even when you play rook d2, there will be rook a5. How about knight d5? Yeah, possible. Just have to be careful that f5 doesn't come with a very powerful stroke, and ef5 you lose the knight. Anand taking his time here. If you look at Vishy on the big video, you will see that he is just trying to understand what is the best setup in this position. Even that he is thinking carefully. That yahan pe, where should my king go? Where should my knight go? Where should my pawns be? And he's taking care of all these little things so that he's able to then play his moves quickly. If you think about it, his last move he took He played his 3-4 moves quickly. H5. That was one of the moves which we thought that he will play, and he has done it. His point is that after H5, the reason why he has done it here is that G4 is not easily possible, and next idea is to put the king on F5. E6 looks very weak, Savita says. But Savita, what is the problem? Like, how do you attack it? The moment you go here, your A4 pawn is hanging and your bishop cannot attack E6. So, I'm not surprised with how strong Jaime is, Chess for Fun. If I'm not mistaken, in some World Cup, he had already beaten strong players. I think it was in 2019 World Cup. If someone can just check it out, I believe he had beaten Boris Gelfand, if I'm not mistaken, 2019 or 2017 maybe. Not sure. King G6. And now he brings his bishop back. Oh, he first brought his bishop back to E1. Anand brings his king up. I think he will push A5 and then Anand will play king F5. I really wanted to play rook D2 to break this here and bring my king up, but then rook A5 because the rook blocks on D2. So yeah, after king G6, A5 happened, king F5 also on the board. So Vishy has just enough amount of compensation here for the missing pawn. He has excellent counterplay with his king entering. Aha, Shama Acharya says, why not BD2? Ooh, nice, Shama. That was a good question, but Shama, there's a problem there. For example, if you go bishop D2 here, I would go king G6. You will play king F2. I will play king F5. Threatening a check. So you can go king E3 or king F3. Let's say you go king F3. I can go check on E3. And then you might have to go back. And now I can go rook takes G3. But okay, let's say if you go king back here, then I have knight E4. So somehow it's still not possible. He's gone king F1. I think now knight E4 by Anand. Vijay says, Sagar, these relatively lower rated seem very strong. How come they have such low rating? Well, I think, okay, Vishy goes knight D5. Slight inaccuracy here. He could have gone knight E4, but knight D5 now allows bishop D2 because the bishop, in a way, just like how a pawn, which is 2 squares away from a knight, dominates it, the bishop also dominates the knight if you look at it, because all of the knight squares are controlled by the bishop. Coming back to this question asked by VJ, I have a feeling that first of all, Santos's classical rating is maybe the true representation of his strength and not his rapid rating, because rapid sometimes you don't play throughout the year. So 2675 is much stronger than 2593. But that being said, also, I guess this is, in this match, he's very motivated to play. He's playing in the home, against the home, at his home. His crowd is there. The organizers support him. So, I mean, he's very motivated to do well. And that too, he's playing world champion, 5-time world champion. No, Nitin Nilesh here, it's clear Santos is playing for the win here. Vishy has to defend carefully, and I think one slip by Anand, which was knight d5, has given his opponent now a chance to regroup. Like let's say king e2, king e2, rook g3 might already be a very, very dangerous thing to do because of white to play, guys. What should white do? Yeah, Vishy has a tricky knight on the board. That is true. Till Anand has a knight, he can always create tricks. Yes, I am Sheikh Ramakrishna. Very good. Very good. Abhijit Gupta, excellent. Abhijit Gupta in excellent form for his match against Baden tomorrow. He's found the move here. Rook to a4. And also the other people who have found the move Rook a4 are Ajish, Ramakrishna, Jyotinjay, Abhijit, Harshit, Abhinav, Rakshit, Praveen, Chess for Fun, and Shubham Jadhav. That is a good move. Rook to a4. The rook comes here and now you're already beginning to push the pawn. So not so easy. Now after this king f2, he had to play maybe king e2 because this was not hanging. But he goes king f2. Now Anand corrects his mistake and goes for knight e4. This is where I think Santos has to go king e2. He must play it because to king e2, look at this. You can't take, first of all, as we have just seen, there is rook a4. And if you play knight e4, why is this a blunder? Very quickly, guys, before he makes his move, let's quickly. Anand is not going to play knight e4, that is for sure. But still, what is the move here? Santos has to find king e2. Yes, absolutely right. G4 is the correct move here. The move that is very rightly mentioned by so many of you. Chess for Fun, Sachin Saju, NP Sharma, Adarsh Karthikeyan, Pradyuman Singh, Matthias Mancheno, Rakshit Singh, Sai Krishna, Avinash Chauhan, Ajish Ramanujan. Well done. So here you can't go knight e4. G4 takes. King has to leave the support and you're a piece down. So has he played king e2? Yes, he finds king e2. Good move. Good move. Now Vishy, careful. Has to remain careful here. What does he do next? He can't go knight e4. He can't move his rook here because the rook goes behind the passer and starts pushing. He has to maybe go knight d5 here. King e2. It means the rook is tied to the a file. Absolutely right. What does Anand do? He has 5 minutes 30 seconds. Santos Latasa has 3 minutes 25 seconds. Well, I'm not sure what Vishy should do because if h4, there is g4. g5, there is fg5. The bishop defends it. Maybe he has to go back knight d5 in the position. Or maybe e5 push. That could be one idea to liquidate. But then maybe you offer rook trade with rook d3. Or fe5, king e5, then rook d3. Maybe that is also a playable option. But Anand goes knight d5. Vishy keeps his knight. His knight is tricky, yeah? His knight is very tricky. And Jaime goes rook d3 and he's like, let's trade the rooks. If you trade the rooks, I think it's just lost. Game is over. The a pawn is just too strong. So Anand is like, sorry, I'm not exchanging the rooks. I'm keeping the rook on the board. But how does Jaime progress now? Because he can't push the pawn. It's going to be lost. He can't bring his rook behind the pawn. He wants to go g4, but it is well controlled. So it's a game where both sides have to be very careful. Very careful here. Yeah, Bobby Madden very rightly said it's the burden of winning that can put Jaime in more time trouble. For sure. For sure. He can go under real time trouble here. Rook a1. Vishy will draw the game, then analyze in Spanish, comment about it later in German, says Abhijit. Abhijit actually analyzed with Vishy a lot in the candidates. He was commentating for Chesscom India, and Vishy would be there, and there were some very interesting things that were discussed in the commentary. So, of course, Abhijit knows Anand very well, and I think all those who are aware of Anand's defensive capabilities know that this position he should be able to hold. Also, for a player like Jaime, this is a very difficult position to press. He goes rook b3. I think Magnus, if he was white here, you would be really scared here at this point, because he would know exactly where to push the pawn, where exactly to go h4, at what point to move your rook away, and all of that. But for here is where I think the difference in level can show. But anyway, the position is not easy to win for anyone. Rook b3, and now Vishy has to figure out a move. Maybe rook 8. Oh, he goes h4. Wow, he goes h4. What about g4? He wants to enter with his king, or what? What about g4? King e4, rook b4. There's no rook b4 check. The knight controls it. How alert is Vishy? Chess for Fun says, how is Vishy ahead on time always, even when he's in difficult position? That's true. That's true. I think that was also one of the things that Ding Lijian did well in this candidates. When he had tough position against Caruana, he played very quickly. And sometimes the tables can really turn. Like, for example, here, Jaime has just 1 minute 30 seconds. And tables can turn really bad at this point. If he look at him, he's just like, I don't know what to do now. Maybe let's accept a draw. It would be very funny if he offers a draw and Vishy doesn't take it. But Anand won't do it. Anand is a gentleman, and he will accept a draw here, of course, because he's worse. I mean, he's a pawn down. Recently, when Kramnik spoke about this online play, he talked about it as moral degradation, which was very interesting. By the way, I think they g takes h4. I think he's offered a draw. And Anand, what? He's taken on f4. And now they took it. Oh, it's a very interesting, yeah. And Vishy looks at Jaime. Do you want to analyze? But Jaime didn't say anything, and so they left. It was very interesting. I thought what happened was he took g takes h4, offered a draw. Vishy took on f4, waiting. He didn't accept the draw, I think. If maybe I'm mistaken completely. He didn't offer a draw or anything. Here he took, and then bishop f4, and Anand was like, okay, now you took the knight. Okay, I'll accept your draw. How to offer a draw on the board game, says Brugu. Brugu, you just say to your opponent, in your time, when your time is running, I offer you a draw. So generally the best move to do it is make your move on the board, say that you offer a draw, and press the clock. So that you have made the move, offered a draw, and then press the clock. Never offer a draw in your opponent's time. That is not only wrong, that is not only incorrect, but also not respecting your opponent. Yeah. Abhijit says, draw kar le bhai, is how you offer a draw. I think there have been some occasions in my life where I have offered a draw to Abhijit Gupta unsuccessfully. I had said a draw kar le bhai, but he would always say like, nahi, let's play, and then he would beat. Prabhakaran says, any update about Pragnananda's next tournament? Prabhakaran, Pragnananda will play in Parachin, which is starting from tomorrow. So that is the So we have now the scores 1.5, and Vishy will have the white pieces to press. Let's see if Anand is able to win this, and then he can go on and go to the finals. By the way, guys, please do like the stream. Please also subscribe. We want to reach 940k today. Very unlikely. We are still loitering around the 939, 720 mark. But just for all of you, so that you know, here is a small thing which I wanted to share, that Anish versus Vidit, the first ever OTB event by ChessBase India in a big way, is happening on 26th of July. And in order to celebrate it as a festival, the match between Anish and Vidit, we also have a rapid tournament that is organized on 25th, where you can play, and there is a good prize fund of 50,000 with trophies. And also this is how the prize fund is: first prize 10,000, 8,000, 6,000, 4,000, and so on. But very importantly, top 10 get to play in the tandem simul against Anish and Vidit at 5 p.m. on 25th. So Anish and Vidit will be like these hungry lions inside a sort of a circular formation of 20 players. 10 will be from the tournament, 10 will be selected people, some celebrities, some people who have helped chess have contributed for helping chess players before, and so on. So it will be a very nice simul that will be held. And then on 26th, we will have the death match that will take place in Phoenix Market City in the Dublin Square. Everything is in Phoenix Market City. This will happen in Dublin Square, where the capacity is of 1,000 people that can be accommodated. We have the tickets. By the way, Samay and me and Amruta will be the commentary team. Also, there will be a hand and brain exhibition match between the OG chess stand-up comedians who have loved chess and supported chess so much. Vaibhav, Biswa, Samay and Anirban will be great fun to watch. Our dear friend Suhani Shah will also be present there. Even more people will be joining in. There will also be like a ring, like a thing, like a boxing ring, where both the players will sit and play over there. They will not box, they will play chess. So it's very exciting event, and I hope that many of you can make it. People are traveling outside Mumbai to this event for a 2-day event. You can play, you can see the simul, you can even play in the simul if you finish in top 10. Then next day you can, first half you can see Mumbai and then come at 5 p.m. to watch this match. And then so it's a very nice. There are tickets. The first link in the description are these tickets. If you just want to watch the match, it's for $4.99, but if you want to play the tournament as well as watch the match, it is $7.99. And we have had around 320 people who have already bought for tickets, and we are hoping that we will reach around a 900,000 mark. It would be very cool for chess, so please do consider. And now back to our tournament. And also, guys, the Olympiad tickets are live, so that is the third link in the description. Check it out. The fourth link in the description is about the entries of the rapid event for 25th on the Anish Vidit match that already are on chess results, so you can check it out who are playing. I'm sure many more strong players will join in. I am now also going to put up the video here so that we are back. The last game. Very excited. What's the count till now, says Mayur? For what? For the tickets? Around 320 people. Well, I'm hoping that it will grow. Is the deathmatch federated? Not this time. Not this time. If they are in a boxing ring, they should at least be able to throw pieces towards their opponent, says Bobby Madden. No, the boxing thing will be like, they will be able to sort of, when they enter, we will have like a sort of weighing 150 pounds all the way from Nashik is the one and only Vidit Gujarati. Pom, 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 pom. Then music. And then weighing, I don't know, Anish, maybe he is 140 pounds all the way from the Netherlands. Anish Giri, and then they will enter, and then maybe at the end when they will win, we'll give them like that belt. So something like that will be nice. Spoiler alert. पर अरे ठीक है I won't spoil everything. Yeah, and then yes, in the blue corner, so after every game they'll go into their corner, then there'll be this stool to sit, and they will sit there, and then there'll be a bottle where they can drink like water from it, and then maybe Vidit will have his coach, someone who will come, and maybe Vedika will be there, and Vedika will be like, come on, Montu Bhaiya, let's do it, and Anish will have, uh, I don't know, Anish has to find a trainer in India, or maybe someone from the Netherlands has to join him. Yeah, seconds should pull up the stool and so on. So yeah, that will be fun. And then there's blindfold chess in the format that they have. Blindfold chess, there is chess 960, no castling chess, then blitz chess, bullet chess. So it'll be fun. A lot of we would have loved if Sopiko would have come with Anish, Sopiko, Danny, Michael. But I think also it's not the safest period to travel with the COVID situation, and also plus it's not like this is the only event, right? For Anish, after that he plays the Olympiad as well, which is for another 10 days. Yes, stream hoga, it will be live on YouTube, but being there will have a different element itself. At some point we were like, how to manage the commentary, we'll be commentating, how will people listen? Of course they can listen when we are on the mic, but when we go in the green room and commentate, how to not disturb the players, and the people who arrive there can listen to the commentary, for which we have tried to find a solution. And there is this company which provides these headphones which you can wear, and there will be screens, so you can, let's say if you're sitting on maybe the 10th row, there will be a big screen there, you can watch it there. Also in front of you will be the match, and you can also listen to the commentary and so on. So it'll be a very unique experience that we want to give, and we want to make chess spectators friendly. Like you're there, you're enjoying, there are food stalls there, you can eat something, you can come, that way it'll be nice. समय को टिकट्स बेचने की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज दे दो, से सुशील. Yes, maybe that will happen at some point when Samay will share. Also, more people will join in, I'm sure. But for now, Samay is very busy. Yeah, everyone, he's everywhere in the news. Abhinav Gupta says, I booked tickets but not able to book train tickets. We'll try Tatkal. Let's hope for the best. Abhinav, really hope for the best. And I hope you are able to make it. Where there is a will, there is a way. If not Tatkal, then unreserved. But do come. Karthik Kembai says, really kudos to you, Sagar Bhai, for the event. A lot of people have worked very hard. Such an event. I was telling Amruta and all my team members, it's like you are arranging some kind of a big wedding function, right? You have to do many, many things. And there's always this feeling that you're missing out on something. Oh, what about this? What about that? And so you need a lot of people who are working together to, and maybe when the event ends successfully, or does we do well, I will speak about all those who are involved here. For now, everyone's working hard. Rohan Wadhwani says, have bought tickets along with my 3 friends. Hope to see you guys there. बहुत मजा आएगा. अरे Rohan, thank you. It's so cool. If it would have been weekend, I bet 1,000 would have been an easy count, says Mayur. That is true. Weekend would have been great, but it was a choice between having these 2 great players or weekend, and I would choose having Anish and Vidit any time over a weekend, because having ChessBase India originals with them, starting off this event with them, is like a dream come true. Kudos to you and your team, Sagar. Vijay says, all the best. May this be the first of many such originals. Yes, that's the plan. Hopefully we can do more in the future. Next, Naka versus Nihal. Ooh, yes. We have some ideas there that which will be very cool. So let's see. Where is Nihal Sarin currently playing? I think he's not active right now at this moment. He was playing quite a bit. He played in Armenia in that closed round robin event where he had health issues and he lost his second round. But then or I think he didn't turn up for his second round and then he drew all his games. So I think he must not be playing right now. Kasparov versus Anand will be epic. Ooh, nice. Gukesh versus Hans Niemann. Nice. By the way, next game will start in, I think, 5 minutes or so. Jyotinjay Sharma, Olympiad will happen in classical format. Earlier, it was always in classical with men having like open section being separate and women section being separate. But in the online Olympiad, when they did it online, they started doing it with 2 men, 2 women, 2 junior boards, and so on. And that's where you guys saw it and you were like, oh wow, this format is so exciting. And yeah, it was an exciting one, at least from Indian perspective. It was very exciting because all these juniors are just so talented. But when it comes to the real Olympiads that have been happening since so many years, it's always over the board. Olympiads have always been in this way. And I think it'll be fun, but our juniors are there as well. We have how many juniors playing here? We have Arjun, Gukesh, Nihal, Prag, Raunak. So all 5 of them are there. And in the team C, we also have Abhimanyu, who is around 21, 22. Also Karthikeyan Murli, who is 23, but also got recently married. So once you get married, you are no longer very young. Anish also, I think he got married when he was 21 and he ceased to be young or, like a young boy anymore. Who's your favorite player in the Olympiads in particular? Dynamic chess, I'm very much eager to see Magnus Carlsen in action. Also, on board 1, there are so many. So it will be always board 1 who will play against each other, right? So if you see the chess results, then you will see that different teams have very strong board 1s. So if you check, just so that you are aware, so US has Caruana, Azerbaijan has Mamedyarov, very strong. Then India has Vidit. Then we have there's also Rajabov coming, by the way. I had also asked Rajabov if after his candidates we could do an interview, and he has said he would love to do it. He's very tired, but he will oblige and we'll do his interview as well. Then you have Carlsen for Norway. Then you have Vallejo Pons for Spain, Duda for Poland. Then Anish for Netherlands. Ivanchuk is missing from the Ukrainian team. Anton Korobov is on board 1. Vincent Keimer for Germany. Michael Adams for England. Nihal Sarin, maybe Nihal, but maybe I think Gukesh might also take board 1 with his such a phenomenal performance. And by the way, the players have just arrived, so let's have a look at them. Anand takes his seat, arranges the pieces. Vishy has white pieces now. Let's get this rolling, guys. E4, E5, and we have the same opening, yeah, this time again. Is he going to play the archangels? They're waiting for the arbiter to come in and start the clock. Right now, the score is tied at 1.5 each, but Vishy Anand clearly has an edge here because he has the white pieces. And by the way, on our little board on the side, we have seen that it is going to be an open Rui Lopez. Wow! You're going to witness an open Rui Lopez here. So, okay, takes d5. D takes e5, Vishy takes, attacks the, and by the way, bishop e6. I think he has some special line. Oh, I remember, guys. I remember this line happened recently, Queen e1 business. Bishop c2, not knight d2, but he played bishop c2, bg4, queen e1. I think MVL specialty. Can we just quickly check? I remember where did I see this? Wasn't it MVL playing it and then we saw it and stuff like that? E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop B5. We are looking at the live database on ChessBase. A6, knight F6, castles, knight E4, D4, B5, bishop B3, D5, DE, bishop E6, C3, bishop E7, bishop C2, and bishop G4. Oh, Anand Tari had happened. Yes, Anand Tari at Norwegian. And Anand, using Anand's own game against Anand. Wow, that might not be a good idea. That might be a dangerous thing to do. Jaime, be careful there. So, he's gone here. And now Vishy, after bg4, goes queen e1. And the main point is that after take, you attack the knight. He goes back and then f4. And white is better there slightly. So he goes knight c5 first, knight b d2. And we have this position on the board. That ended in a forced draw. Not really. If I'm not mistaken, Aryan could have continued if he had played queen e2 at some moment and he would have a small edge there. But he did not. Okay, knight goes back to e6. Jaime is very well prepared. Yeah, that can be seen for sure. No. Dynamic chess, that cannot be true. Yeah. If you are playing Anand in a match and you're going to play this line, you would definitely have seen it beforehand. And Anand goes queen e2. Also, Vishy seems to be in his prep still, blitzing out his moves after knight e6. He's playing queen e2. Well, the idea of queen e2 is, let's say if I go castles here, then maybe just rook e1, knight f1, knight g3. One possible way to attack is knight f4, which attacks the queen. But then I have queen e3 attacking your knight. You will have to go back. And what did you gain? Yeah, you'd gain nothing, like knight b3, knight d4, or knight d4, and white is just better. So, isn't queen e2 allowing d4? But d4, I guess. Okay, I'm not going to show this. Guys, white to play and win. LPDO. Remember, LPDO. Loose pieces drop off. What are the loose pieces? Check. And then double attack. See where the double attacks are. Yep, absolutely right. Well done, guys. The move that I was anticipating is queen e4 here, hitting the bishop and the knight. Excellent job here done by Sachin, Dipankar, Prabhav, Pranshu, Dipanshu, Dynamic, Arjun, Ballpool, Vijay, and Sakar Kaushik. Well done, guys. Even at 11:21 in the night, you all are as sharp as you can be. So queen d7 played by Jaime. He just put his queen up. was thinking, can we go knight b3? But then spin could be irritating. Let's go knight b3. It is possible. Deepak Maram says, why not bishop f3? When? Is it bishop f3 just knight f3? No, Deepak. Sandeep Roy says, Prag has won his first game at the Parachin Open. Fantastic. I think what is happening, I'll tell you guys for sure. And this is something which, imagine an industry, okay? Not chess players, but an industry which is growing in India. And there's this one mark, it's a very nascent industry, but of a huge potential. Maybe let's say maybe not chess players, but the chess space in general. So there come these little companies in the chess space, all doing little things and wanting to do well. And then one company starts moving up. And then everyone's like, oh, we were all together. You are 2000 rated. Now you're suddenly 2300. So everyone goes ahead like 2300. Then like someone goes to 2500, becomes the youngest GM at that point. And then we're like, oh, I should also become. So, this thing which one company achieves something which inspires other companies to achieve. Some kind of a competition, but at the same time, a very positive one. And I think this is what has happened in Indian chess. It's like Prag achieves something, inspires Nihal. Nihal achieves something, inspires Arjun. Arjun achieves something, inspires Gukesh. Gukesh achieves something, inspires Raunak. Then each and other try to keep on pushing. Like now, Gukesh is like, he's reached 2693. So everyone is like, oh, what? Gukesh is there. We also need to push ourselves. Suddenly, Prag beats Magnus Carlsen, and Nihal is like, oh, I can also beat Magnus. No, it's just that very nice feeling, and it's definitely worthy of a case study, I think, for sure. Yeah, the OG companies playing now, the one who was like, when these little companies were growing up, they were like looking up to this, oh, this is the big company. That is Vishy. Yeah, healthy competition. He was knight f4. He went knight f4 here. Why? Queen e3, what's your point? Where are you? You have to go back, no? Then knight g6 maybe you have to go back. But what did you gain after queen e3? You can see Santos being a little bit hesitant while making his move. And I think you can see Anand there on the screen. He's like, Vishy. I think if you look carefully, you will be able to spot certain characteristics of these top players. The way they act, the way they move, the way they respond to certain things. Like, Vishy knows that when his position is good, he will adjust himself in the chair. He will look a little bit more bubbly, energetic. When his position is bad, you will see him just slouching a bit, not very confident, so on. The body language. By the way, guys, Santos has just pushed his knight back to g6. What is a good move in this position for white? White to move. Can you find it? White to play. And remember what we have learned today. It's not only needed that the play happens on one side of the board. It should happen all across the board. So what is the move here that white should play? Come on, guys. Think about the full board. Think about the board as your playground. Yeah. Good. Nice job, guys. You have kind of mastered the art of playing on both sides of the board. And the move that I was really looking for and hoping that all of you will find is the move a4. Fantastic job done by Bhrugu, Harsh, Siddharth, Srijan, Prashant, Aditya Narayan, Sagar Goel, Atul Gupta, Sai Krishna, Jyoti Prakash Sahu. And so the move here is a4, hitting these two pawns, threatening AB, rook activation down here. And then at least even if he castles and connects the rooks, the b5 pawn will become weak. Let's say queen d3 attacking here, so that could become quite a dangerous thing. A lot of you also wanted to play h3 here, but then I don't think he would take it. He might go bishop f5, exchange these two bishops. Okay, let's see if Vishy does play it. Now, what does Vishy? Vishy wants to go h3, huh? Did you see? He brought his hand there near the h pawn. He was like, let me play h3. Then he was like, no, let me just think. And so now he's playing with his hair here. And he's thinking about, can I do something else? Do I need to go h3? I think he wants to play h3. It's very difficult when you made up your mind to play h3 and then you hold back and then you see that, is there something better than h3? But actually you are not looking for something better, you're just looking for something which is really better than h3, like something which could be like winning a pawn, a piece, or some tactic. And if you don't see it, you will eventually play h3. So I think Anand will go h3 here. What do you think, guys? But now he's set back in this position. He's like, okay, time to reassess my decision. Okay, he's made his move because we see the timer has shifted on the board there, but we don't know his move is. If he plays a4, I will be super surprised and impressed, but I don't think he would. Yeah, he's played h3. That's how generally it happens. And I think okay, it was not h3 is a good move, but a4 was just a little bit more precise, as you can say. Bishop f5 played in the position. Anand chops it off. Queen comes to f5. But e6 you want to play, yeah? Chess for fun. But e6, the issue is that even if I play like, let's say, fe6, queen e6, queen e6, rook e6, you didn't gain anything much. And I can go king d7, hit your rook and defend my knight, connect my rooks. Nothing much. So knight d4 played here. Okay, this is interesting. So his point is, if you take on e5, then c6 is hanging. Otherwise, I'm attacking your queen. So I think you have to take here. That there's no other way. Sophia says he should have taken on f3, not retreat to f5. But Sophia, then what happens is that if suppose you take, I take back with my knight, my bishop is very powerful. And I think this is just a lost position for black. Very, very difficult. So what he did was correct actually, to exchange the bishops. Yeah. Abhinav says, I have seen that watching games of good players improves the games. I rewatched classic series and increased ELO by 200 points. Well, you know, all these players who become very strong, like top players in the world, when they were young, they used to sort of feast upon the games of the great players of the past. Like, for example, Magnus grew up on the games of my great predecessors. I think he's read that book. I'm sure the Vidit has spoken about him reading games of Kasparov many times. So it's very important to look at these great games. It really helps you. Shashank says, can we take here, here? And I think, Shashank, maybe before you decide to hit here, which might lose a pawn after dc5, just castle it. And I think this is a good position for black. Maybe white can go knight b3, trying to stop c5. And white could be better if he gets bishop d2 and rook c1, putting pressure down the open file. But black has a way to activate his position here. What's the move that black should play? Nightbot says, Dosto, don't forget to like and subscribe. Arey Nightbot, thank you so much. Virat Soni says, every GM goes through Capablanca's endgames. Yeah. It's a nice book, yeah. 60 endgames, 61 endgames of Capablanca or something like that. 60. My first book was Capablanca's Best Games by Harry Golombek. Not the first, but somewhere around there. It was a very nice book, but it also determined my playing style. If I had read maybe Tal's book first, I might have become more aggressive. So I think sometimes first book really puts a lot of, like, it really impacts your playing style. Yes, the move that I was looking for and the move that you all have, many of you have mentioned, I really like it, is f6. Vijay Kumar, Pranshu and Dynamic Chess. a5, possible a5 to play, but then I will go bd2, you will go a4. I'll go knight a5 and still next move rook here and I'll try to play. But a5 is relatively a good idea. But the best one is f6. You know, before he can develop, I'm hitting you in the center. I will also have ideas on f2 square with my rook opening up. So that should be a very good way to play. Now, anyway, castles has, by the way, knight d4, Vishy took with the pawn. He should have taken with the queen perhaps here and attacked the d5 pawn. Maybe then you have to play c6, knight f3. White should be slightly better here. But Vishy takes with the pawn. And as we know, Santos castles. Now what does Vishy do is the question. Let's look at the body language. Will Vishy... Let's do a poll for now, guys. The poll would be, will Vishy Anand win this game or will we go into a tie break? Should we do that poll? This match will option 1 end in 4 games, go into tie breaks. Let's see what do you guys feel. Soham Pandya says 90% will say win. Okay, I did not say he will win or lose. I just said this match will end in 4 games or will go into tie breaks. I did, maybe I said when I was going to put the poll whether Vishy will win in 4 games or that. Oh, by the way, knight f3 played and he goes rook c8. Okay, going to this decision, knight f3 by Anand. Once again, f6 was a good idea, but he's played rook a c8 and he's angling for c5. He's like, look, knight on b3 was stopping c5. Even if I played rook c8, there was no point on it. Like rook c8, he goes bishop d2. I don't have c5 still. He's coming rook c1. What did I gain? But when you put your knight on f3, then rook c8, there's already the threat of c5 in the position. So rook c8, queen goes to b3. Okay. Vishy now hitting this d5 pawn. I think mainly humanly you would love to play queen d7, defend this, or queen e6. But I think a very nice move in general is c5 here. Just hitting. So queen d5, I can go rook f d8, hitting the queen and the pawn, then threatening cd4. And I think already in such a position, you will realize that for a pawn, black has very good compensation. Like I take, you take with the knight, you can already take here, 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 rook e7, check, king h2. And now not to take here and get back rank mate, but just king f8 or maybe g6. And this is anyway hanging. Sutirth, thank you for becoming backer of Indian Chess. We have had 3 to 4 members today. So thank you so much. And by the way, Santos Jaime Latasa finds this move c5. Very nice play by him. Actually, I would say apart from the second game, he's played really well. Even in the third game, he pressed quite hard and put Vishy under some pressure. So really good solid play by Jaime. Pushes his pawn to c5. Srijan says, why not queen b7 after rook fd8? But Srijan, what's your threat here? Because this is defended by the knight. So do you want to win this pawn on a6? Then I'll take, you can still win this. But already it's a very dangerous passer here. Let's see what our chat says. Is it going to end in 4 games? We have around 400 votes here. End in 4 games 60%. Go into the tiebreak 40%. So that's a very thoughtful number there. And Anand now chops it off. Bishop c5 and now bishop e3 played. Which book to prefer, Arthur Yusupov Endgame series or Dvoretsky's Endgame series? I think Arthur Yusupov's series is not just on Endgame. It's based on all themes, openings, middle games, end games, tactical themes, strategic themes, because it's a 9-book series. It's a very good one. Dvoretsky also has many books, but his endgame manual is very, very popular. So it takes on e3, very good move by, I don't think you're going to take with the pawn. Maybe you can take with the queen to prepare knight d4. But also rook takes e3 is one possibility. Let's see what Vishy decides. He's taken on e3, Anand's move. I'll just get my remote control of the AC here. It's pretty warm in here. Been streaming for 3 hours. Okay. He took with the queen. Rook e8. Oh, okay. Rook a d1 played. I think here instead of rook e8, he could have opted for rook c4 with the idea of rook e4. And if knight d4, you can already take. So rook e8, rook a d1, rook d8, and this is the live board position. Anand looks slightly better, yeah, here, all of a sudden. Harshit Raj says, can you guys provide us accommodation on 26th night because we are coming from Jaipur and we don't have much idea of Mumbai. Harshit Raj, we cannot provide accommodation, although I can suggest you that near Phoenix Market City, there are some good hotels at a reasonable rate. And you can check it out online. Just type hotels near Phoenix Market City, Mumbai, in Kurla. But knight d4, there is queen e5 now still, yeah. What should Anand do here is the question. Should he go queen b6 and attack here? Chess for fun. That was a very nice clip where Nepo actually thanked Vishy Anand for being like a sort of a guiding light for him, because Anand had lost the world championship quite badly in 2013 and then won the candidates. And that really inspired Nepo to do that once again. So knight d4, this is hanging. Let's look at how Vishy is thinking here. You can see Anand has 11 minutes. Jaime has 9 minutes. Okay, guys, all the people who are asking for book recommendations, can you please wait till the end of this game? Then I can think more clearly. Right now, I'm like commentating whenever I look at the chat. It's like, please suggest a book. I get really, I start thinking, then I forget about commentating and so on. So queen d3 played by Vishy. He's offered a queen trade. Guys, score is written on the screen, 1.5 each. Sorry, on this screen. And this is the final rapid game. Takes. I was wondering if we could push d4. Yeah, that's a good move. Because then if take, knight takes, and then this is hanging like rook e5. I don't think Vishy wants a draw, but he couldn't find a way to progress. Like he wants to defend this pawn, but when he plays knight d4, queen e5 hangs. Well, Soham, I don't think it's a dead draw as such here. Because let's say take, he took, rook takes. And now black has a weakness here, so does white. Although white in the long term can connect these pawns like g3, f4. If he can move the knight. But it's not easy because there are already two attackers here. Also with these pawns, there could be more attacking chances for white than black. So maybe white still has a small edge, but not very much. I think if black goes d4, he should be okay. Queen d4 is what you suggest, right, Bobby Madden? Yeah. But then what next there, from there? Do you want to go rook c1 next? Maybe, yeah. Rook c1, rook c5 could be an idea. But I think Anand did not like the fact that knight f4 and there could be some knight h3 tricks. Oh, he goes knight f4, rook d2 and f6. Wow. What is Jaime doing? Can I not take ef6? What's his plan? Guys, this could become an epic grind here by Vishy. See, first of all, e takes. Let's also look at the expressions of the players. After f6, what is Vishy's feeling here? Vishy is now, I think, taking seems really good for him, no? So e takes f6 and then rook e1, knight e1, gf6, and now if I play g3 you will lose this pawn, so I should go king h2 perhaps, with the idea of going g3. Once the knight moves away, I can try to put my knight here or put my knight on d3. Anand takes on f6, I think. He's going to take here, there, because what else to do? Atul Gupta says Santos thought rook on e1 was hanging. Not really. Not really. Bohemian at Art says now Vishy has a smell of wind. Very much possible. Very much. Takes on f6. Anand takes it. Yeah. 4 pawn islands is a lot. You know, guys, islands, pawn islands would mean more weaknesses. This is one island, this is another, this is another, this is another. While white has only 2. More the pawn islands, more the weaknesses. So Anand goes, instead of king h2, he went king f1 and he goes king here. But what is his plan of king f1? He wants to go h4, I think. Vishy will go h4 and g3. That is his point, no? It's g3, knight h3. I don't think you want to give up that pawn. And h4, I think black is, maybe can get back into the game. No, white is definitely safe here. h4 played by Vishy. He wants to go g3. Okay. Knight g6. I was thinking maybe king e6, g3, knight g6, putting the knight here. But then after knight c2, knight d4, already white is pressing. Actually, black has to be very careful here, I think. It's not at all easy. I mean, engine suggests moves like a5. How are you going to play this? Like, what is the logic also? I go g3, knight e6. Maybe you can go back, go knight e6 straight away. Atul Gupta says Santos must be rich. He has 4 islands. Nice. Nice one. King e7 played. I think king e7, his point was he wants to keep the e6 square free for the knight. That is what his point is. Babapur Esipenko versus Gelfand is tomorrow. G3 played by Anand. I think Anand should have started off with knight c2. So that if knight e6, he can maybe go knight b4, attacking here and here. G3, knight e6, okay. Because now you want to go d4 next. Well, I think Anand's main idea here should be to get his knight here to blockade, or to get his knight active this way. But once you go g3 and here, you can't blockade much because the knights will get traded. Once the knights are traded, rook is not a best blockader of a passed pawn. The king will come. Knight c2 played. Ayush says Vishy will make Latasa go under time pressure. That's true. That's true. He has 4 minutes left. Aditya Sharma says a5 now to stop knight b4. Makes a lot of sense, Aditya. But maybe now, yeah, a5 looks good. d4, knight b4, and threatening knight c6. So rook d6, defending this and this. And knight d3, I would say white looks slightly more comfortable here with his knight defending this pawn. And also rook c2 coming up. So knight b4 played. He goes rook d6. Okay, that has been played. Next what now? Knight d3 or what? Man, this game is getting intense with 4 minutes for Santos, 8 minutes for Vishy. Rook has come to d6. Anand comes in with his king. Definitely positionally Anand is better. But Santos is making use of his activity to keep things under check. Like for example, let's say a5, knight d3. Now, can I go rook c6? Because I want to stop rook c2. Rook c2 is a very powerful move. But the moment you go rook c6, suddenly your d4 pawn is not the safest. Maybe king f3, knight f4 could become an idea. So black will always have these certain positions where he will mentally start to feel a little uneasy. With time going down, with so many islands, it's not like real life where all these islands convert into real wealth. He goes f5. Okay. I think the most human move now is knight d3. Stopping f4. Not really stopping, but okay, at least controlling f4 square. He goes knight d3. Oh, awesome. Okay, now rook c2. He goes rook c6. He's like, hey, rook c2 nahi aane ka. Knight e5. Vishy is like, give me the c file. I want the c file. And like, where do you go now? Rook c8, rook d6. I think rook c8, king d1, just stopping rook c2 ideas, and then knight f3 attacking here could become dangerous. Or you can start with knight f3, rook d8 and take. Oh, you can't go there. d3 is a pawn check. So careful, careful, careful. Why white has some edge? Yes, you are right, Bohemian at heart. He goes knight e5, rook d6. Oh, but now Vishy can go rook c2 and take the file. Oh, guys, rook c2 blunder. Why is this a blunder? Can you guys tell me very quickly in the chat? Because I wanted the c file. He goes rook d6. Why is this a mistake? Pilot procs, so quick. Mayank Hinge, Ayush Ranjan Sharma. Everyone in the chat is like, oh, we got the move d3. And if knight takes d3, knight d4, fork. First a pawn fork, then a knight fork. Incoming there. So that's the reason why that doesn't work. And all the people who are giving the right answer: Pilot Prox, Mayank, Ayush, Prashant, Kavya, Chess for Fun, Saptarshi, Amit, Prabhat, Manan Shah. Let's go back to the game. Let's use this view for now. And now what does he do? So he went knight e5, rook d6. And Anand went rook d1. Anand is like, now I will go from rook c1 here, so that if d3, knight d3, there is no knight d4 fork. Vishy wants the c file at all cost. King f6. Oh, now knight d3. He's going to get it. He's going to get it. But now knight d3, rook c6. Again, stopping there. So it's a battle between blockading this pawn and getting the c file, because c file is an open file for both sides. E file is also open for both sides, but e file is somehow well controlled by the king. But when the rook goes to the c file, somehow it will start attacking here, and so many things. Knight d3, good move. Okay, now rook c6 he will play for sure. I mean, we know Santos doesn't want to give up the c file to the rook. And when rook c6 is played, rook c1, he is happy to go into the knight endgame. I think he has enough play there. He goes king d2. Okay. He went rook c6 anyway. Vishy went king d2. Now Vishy can go here as well as here. Plus he has 7 minutes. Santos has only 2 minutes. You can see Santos is definitely under pressure. He's feeling it. He's not looking confident. While Vishy looks very calm. Rook c6. And look at how Anand is like, Santos, I know your move. The moment you move it, I'll make my move. This is where Vishy puts pressure. You know this. Guys, learn from this small little way in which Vishy is playing. The moment his opponent played a move, he was ready. Like, he knows that Santos is going to take the c file, he'll move his king. Now, once again, Santos thinking here, what to do? Knight to d8, back. Okay. Puts his knight back, and now Anand can seriously take the e file. Come on. Take the e file, get in from here. Vishy can get in. He has 7 minutes on the clock. If he wins this game, no tie break. Anand goes to the finals of the Leon Masters. Will face the winner of Gelfand versus Esipenko, which will happen tomorrow. The same format that Anand is playing, 4 rapid games, will happen tomorrow as well. But for now, he still has some grinding to do. Okay, well, rook e1, will he play rook e1? What do you think, guys? Vishy is taking his good amount of time here. And again, you can see the body language of both the players. Santos seems a little bit worried, biting his nails there. Vishy looking like someone who's going there for pouncing for the kill, you know, like energized, thinking. It's the fourth game of the day. They've been playing chess for nearly 3 hours now. Vishy, of course, we all know what a great player he is, but he is 52 years old. You get tired at that age, but right now he's very, very focused. He's like, let's get this job done right now. Because if it goes into the rapids, in the blitz, you never know. From the rapids into the blitz, knight goes to f4. Now the knight is sitting here. What is his idea of knight f4? I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't like that if he went rook e1, he could play rook e6 and offer a rook trade. Because I think both players are kind of convinced that if they go into a knight endgame, it is closer to a draw than white win. So with knight f4, he wants to avoid this. He went rook d6, now rook e1 or rook c1. Oh, he can do both. But rook c1, rook c6 might be the thing. So maybe Vishy goes rook e1. What do you think? No, there is 10-second increment, guys. So there's no flagging that will happen. He goes rook. Look at how Vishy, stood up after rook d6. Maybe that move came to him as a surprise. Aram says rook c1 would be stronger. Aram Hakobian, welcome. He is a very, very strong player from Armenia. And he says rook c1 will be stronger, but now rook c6. And what do you do, Aram? Do you go back? Oh, now you go rook e1. Maybe just dislodge the rook from d6. And he goes, nice, Vishy, showing his class there. But now knight e6. I think pawn endgames are all lost, right? Knight e6. There's knight d5. So you don't even have to go into the pawn endgames. Like knight d5, king f7. And rook e5, oops, not rook e6, no, rook e5, attacking the f5 pawn. But just to be sure, what is this? This should also win, right? For white or not? Because I can create an outside passer, like say king d3, king e5, f3 with the idea of g4 or not, maybe h5. So yeah, this is still not so sure. And now Anand, after rook e1, he went rook d6, rook e8 played, hitting the knight here. So rook e8 played, the knight comes up to c6. Oh, Vishy winning this, guys. It's very close to winning. Check. f5 falls, right? Because the king cannot go to these two squares. Okay, he can go to e5, but if he goes to e5, it looks like it's going to get mated somehow. Knight d3. Knight d3, king e6, not king d5. King d5 means this is hanging. So he goes knight d3, king e6. Oh, knight c5 is coming, but there's king here, but then take. Oh, so Anand is winning, guys. Anand is winning for sure. Knight d3 check. King has to go to e6. Guys, Vishy is winning this against Santos Latasa. And do you think that tomorrow Gelfand will win, or do you think Esipenko? Is it going to be youth or experience? By the way, all those who said end in 4 games, 59% are going to be right. It seems going into the tie breaks, 40%. I'm going to end the poll here. I think it's going to be ending very soon. King e5. Oh my goodness. He's got brutally checkmated there. He's got brutally checkmated. I'm going to not show you the moves. I'm going to make the moves as and when they happen on the board. So king e5 is on the board. Vishy has given a check. So f4 played here. You all know the moves, but still, let's enjoy it as if this is happening now. King d5. Vishy gives a check. King c4. He comes knight d3 and resigns there. And Vishy Anand has won. You can see him now just retiring back in his chair. He's done his job. Vishy Anand has won. And you can see Jaime Santos Latasa. Maybe they'll be talking in Spanish, discussing those moves. Anand, by the way, very fluent in Spanish. He had lived in that country for several years when he was at the peak of his powers. And I think what analysis is happening here? Maybe some other game, yeah. Maybe that game which Anand lost, that maybe that they are analyzing. Abhinav Garg, thank you for becoming backer of Indian chess. Guys, we have a winner today. Vishy Anand has beaten Santos Latasa Jaime, and that means Vishy moves into the finals of the Leon Masters. He will face the winner of Boris Gelfand versus Andrey Esipenko. Before you go away, guys, please do put in a vote as to who do you think will Anand face in the finals. Who do you think Vishy will face in the finals? Will it be experience, that is Gelfand, or will it be youth? By the way, Gelfand is even older than Anand, and Esipenko is just 19 years old, if I'm not mistaken. So it is maybe 54 years old Gelfand versus 19-year-old Esipenko tomorrow. So who do you think is going to reach the finals? Please do cast your vote before leaving, so that, and we will now stream tomorrow, day after tomorrow, the match, or maybe even tomorrow. We'll see. Tomorrow I have the club, so please do come, all those who are in Mumbai. Also those who are going to be here for the Vidit Anish match, please do check out the links. First link in the description is for the tickets of the death match. Second link is about all the information about the match, the format, the time control, everything about it. Also, there's a tournament, rapid tournament, where you can participate on 25th and on 26th. On 20. And then there are, third link is the tickets of that, of the online Olympiad, Chennai Olympiad. And the fourth link is about the participants of the rapid tournament on 25th of July. So please do check them out. Right now, 62% people think that Esipenko is going to reach the finals. 38% think Gelfand. But guys, do not underestimate Boris Gelfand. He is in great form. I feel he can on his day beat just about anyone. Abhinav Garg says, my food just came right now. Had full plans to watch it along, but Vishy won before that. Arey yaar. Sorry for that. Latasa ko ho gayi hatasha. Nice, Rishikesh Varun. Shashank says, what on earth happened? I went for a shower 10 minutes ago thinking this would be a draw. Not really. I think the main problems actually happened at this point when he played f6. I mean, that was this moment when he went f6. I think he could have gone d4 here, or maybe he should, more accurate is to go d4 here. And I don't think Anand would have won it. He would have put pressure, but Latasa can always keep pressure on e5 as well. But when he played knight f4 and f6, guys, this is a perfect example of how weaknesses can really ruin your position. Like here, he just pushed the knight away. The knight went here. The king came up. The knight went in. And Vishy was so calm. King d2, very classy move. Then knight f4, rook goes to c1. Then rook goes to e1. Then rook enters. Then the knight check here, brings the king out. And then finally it's a mate here, because b3 ko kahan se roke. This is cut off. b3 coming up all over. Dhruba Ganguly says, mind says Esipenko, but heart wants Gelfand. Yeah, many of us would love a 2012 World Championship rematch between Vishy and Gelfand, because that's what had happened in 2012. Yes, everyone should watch Album 61, says Siddharth Ranadev. Movie on YouTube. It's an amazing movie. This stream has ended. So, okay, nice. By the way, huge shout out to the Leon Masters organizers who who gave us the rights to the cameras, and also to the Chess 24 team for allowing this. And they set it up over there and they sent us this feed. So thank you so much for making this happen so that we all could enjoy this match together. Yeah, even rook c5 is threatened. Correct. That is right. Katre Mandar. Where is Amruta D? Amruta is I think she's busy with her work, and today she couldn't join. But if the finals, I think I will ask her to join me. Everyone wants bullet. I'll ask Amruta if she wants to play bullet, but I think she would not want to. Maybe ask her. Final Sunday 8 p.m. So guys, Sunday को सब लोग आना देखने को. Okay, Amruta will play the bullet, but she won't come on camera. But maybe she can come with her sound, because she's not feeling very much to come on the camera and all. But she could play the bullet. So uh, I'll send her the Zoom link. Maybe she can join in with Zoom through sound. Actually, 1 second, let me just make sure that. Okay, we'll play like a few games and let's see. Amruta is here. But guys, a great comeback by Vishy, after losing the first game. Could you tell a middle game book for 1500 ELO, says YouTube. YouTube, I think a good book if you want to improve your positional understanding is Reassess Your Chess. And if you want to be very good at tactics, maybe a good book could be Woodpecker Method. 100 Endgames You Must Know is also a good book. But maybe Reassess Your Chess, I think, is a very good. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Amruta, let's go.
Okay, sure.
So we'll play 5 games and let's see how many games you win.
Sure.
So after Vishy Anand's games, we are here with Amruta Mokal, who's going to play.
Who's going to show you how bad chess is played?
Who knows? Who knows? And she's playing against 2095. And she's played this. Opponent has gone for the stonewall setup. She goes queen to c7 and c3. White players who play the stonewall really enjoy just making those same moves again, like castle, knight d2, queen e2. But Amruta has somehow put her pawn on d6, not allowing the knight to come to that square. And now after cd4, cd4, she's played e5, but d5 attacks her knight. She goes knight b4, attacking the bishop. The bishop goes back. Is the knight really lonely there? She takes the pawn on f4. She's a pawn up. Knight goes back to a6 because it was kicked away from there. The knight comes to b3. What is happening here, guys? Amruta offers the trade of knights, a check to the king on g1, king h1, rook e8, putting pressure down to the e pawn. Bishop takes f4, winning the f4 pawn, knight d5, pawn cannot take it because the queen would be hanging. So bishop g3, saving the bishop. Knight comes back, putting pressure on e4, bishop a2, queen h5, queen moves away, rook a e1, bishop g4, finishing development, queen to f2, knight takes the pawn, rook takes, oh my god, rook takes. What is happening? h3, Amruta captures, rook, queen takes, rook takes, rook e2, attacking b2, rook f2, takes, she's exchange up, she's winning, but she has 24 seconds, opponent also has 24 seconds, the 2-0 rated player is just getting crushed really bad. Amruta, really one of the best bullet players on this stream right now, because there are only 2 people on stream. Oh, b5, bishop d5, is this going to be a mate? g3, she gives a check, so many pre-moves being made so quick. What is up with Amruta? Tremendous form. And with the bishop, time to resign. Oh, what? Amruta now making all pre-moves and winning against 2095, just completely crushing him or her. I don't know, Peachy 40. Okay, let's go to the next game. Amruta playing chess D. Oh, chess D. Is he the same chess D who is on our stream? And he gives many good answers. Maybe it's him. But I didn't see him on stream today. Let's see. Maybe no one really puts a name like chess D. So it must be him. Oh, nice move. B6. I like how black is playing here. Black looks really better now because castling is done. Also breaking in the center. But Amruta says, how do I care? I just want to finish my development and castle. So Amruta's also now rushed up with her development. She's up there, and now knight comes to f5, putting pressure on the d4 square and also on the bishop. But Amruta pushes her g pawn, takes with the f pawn, opens up the f file, takes with the c pawn. Let's see, is this going to be a massive attack or is this nothing? Oh, she plays rook c1 and does not let the queen come in, and now queen b5. She's putting pressure on the queen side. And now rook c8. Is she going to exchange the rooks as well? She takes. Okay. Queen b4. What is the plan here? h6, just taking away the back rank threats. Gets in the knight. Such calm, collected play. And now the queens are traded. But who's better? Whose endgame is better? The knight goes to b8. The knight comes to b5. White's knight looks active for now. And the king looks tremendously active. White should be winning here. But knight d5, very good spot for the knight, because now the knight does not allow the king to come to... Oh, and she takes the c4 pawn. And she pushes the pawn, knight from d5. Amruta playing tremendous chess. She should really consider becoming a chess player again. She's playing amazingly well, attacking the knight. And now d5, pushing the pawn. Maybe that was not the best move because the e5 pawn was hanging. But now the knight went to f8. He did not take the pawn. With the central passer, the king is coming into d5. Amruta Mokal on a roll. Guys, this girl here might just win another game and might win all the games. Knight f4 check, but she has 9 seconds. Opponent has 3 seconds. Anything can happen in bullet chess. The knights are jumping around here and there. And the knight takes the pawn on h6. Knight goes to f5, gives a check, and she wins on time with 7 seconds. Whew. Wow. Amazing. Amruta, how are you playing so well?
I think yesterday I beat you, so I got motivated.
That was yesterday's games were not fair games. Okay, they were
I'm
very played in a
sorry
very
to
sleepy
mention it
state.
a secret
No, someone in
game.
the chat had mentioned. I saw on the profile. Okay, next game. Le bhai hara le. Oh, le bhai hara le. But guys, but you are playing Behen now. Amruta is playing against you. Pawn to b3. So Amruta puts a pawn on d6. Oh, Chess D is here and he says it was me. Chess D, well played. Well played. Bishop d7. Knight comes to c4. And now this le bhai hara le is playing well. It's playing well.
नाम क्या है?
But queen e2, little too slow there. Now, would Amruta want to castle and put her king in this dangerous situation on the king side? She's just pushing her pawns for now. c4, okay. a6, oh, is the knight trapped? Wow, no, d5 has been played. Knight d8, Amruta is like, knight को वापस नहीं जाने देंगे हम. जाने नहीं देंगे तुझे. And he sacrifices himself for just a pawn. One pawn only, and now bishop c6. Again, Amruta just taking care of all the tactics, but there was maybe rook d8 there and then taking on c6, but that's all right. Now she's a piece up, but she has 5 seconds more also. I think Le Bhai Harale seems like the perfect name here because Amruta is just crushing this one as well. Knight comes into the center, pawn to f4. Under some pressure now because time is also, well, she's doing well on time, and this was a much needed exchange for Amruta. And she goes queen g5. She's like, I don't want two rooks for the queen. Queen takes g3 and a big threat now. Rook takes f7. How to stop the mate? No, you can't stop it. It's a checkmate. It's a checkmate. What a game, Amruta. Again, easily just crushing your opponents. 3 wins in a row. And takes a 2600 opponents challenge. That's a bit too much. I don't think he'll play against you or she'll play against you. The fine. Oh, plays it. G3. Who's this? The finest diamond. Please come here. Please come after the game for an interview. If you lose or win, we don't care. You are 2600 rated. And you are playing against Amruta Mokal. But Amruta is like, I don't care 2600s or anything. You know, Amruta has this attitude in life. She's always minds her own business. Oh, and she's put pressure on d3. Bishop takes. Rook d8. The d3 pawn is super weak now. Amruta's better actually in this position, but let's see if she can go far. She goes knight to b4, attacking the queen and the d3 pawn. So now she has won that bishop, but okay, I mean, she also had given up her bishop. So knight a5. Ooh, she puts a knight here. Is she really going to beat a 2600 player? If she does, then maybe I will do something on stream. Yeah, maybe I'll dance. But takes on c8. Oh, takes the queen. She's queen up. She's queen up. Oh my god. Amruta Mokal is going to win this, or maybe not. I'm not sure. Maybe she'll get really nervous. She's 5 seconds up. But will she? Will she get nervous? Guys, what do you think? Should Amruta Mokal be selected for Olympiad if bullet? If Olympiad is in bullet format. She goes queen g6. Rook to d2. Bishop b7. h4. Pushing the pawn, but now the finest diamond is ahead on time. Amruta now really losing the plot of the game. She's moving her queen back and forth. Rook comes to d1, takes the pawn. Rook c1, goes in there, attacking the b2 pawn. Knight d1, what a defense. 2600 player showing his class, or not really his class. Amruta showing her class. Check, here is the queen coming in. Oh, queen comes in, picks up the pawn. The rook was again, picks up the bishop. Knight is also coming in. What is going to happen? Check. Queen in. Rook f2. 5 seconds. Amruta wins. Ooh.
I think the
Oh
diamond
my
had to be
God.
polished.
Oh, Amruta Mokal beats 2600 and we have Srinath Narayanan in the chat, the team of coach of team A. Srinath, please,
Wow, I need some bullet coaching from
please
Srinath.
suggest, please give your assessment of Amruta. If the Olympiad is ever held in bullet format, will Amruta make it to the team, at least the C team? People are like, dance karo, dance.
D team, E team में शायद C team थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया.
Bhai,
But
Amruta,
Srinath, which books to read to improve bullet?
2000 क्रॉस कर दिया अमृता. No, 1999. Amruta, you're on 1999.
हाँ, but I think I should not get so happy ना. 4 games हुए, मेरा 5 games खेलना था, तुमने बोला था, तो 5th game is very critical that I need to win.
Yeah, right. 1 second, guys. I will do commentary for the next game in a dancing way because. But I'll put a song.
श्रीनाथ अगर मुझे बोलेगा कि कुछ चांस है तो मैं थोड़ा बहुत.
Srinath Narayan says Hikaru has actually written a book about it. अच्छा, book है अमृता.
ठीक है, हिकारू का बुक में आउट ऑफ स्टॉक था, so
नहीं, Hikaru has written a book on bullet.
I know, but out of stock था, out of stock.
अच्छा, okay. You wanted to order, that one. Okay.
ठीक है, चलो खेलूं मैं नेक्स्ट गेम.
हाँ, एक सेकंड ना. Let's go.
This is the chess song.
Queen takes E7, knight F6, develop किया है. Knight E2 B5 खेला है अमृता ने. Knight rook E1 A6, bishop E7 and now knight comes out on D7. B3. Oh, he's attacked the center. Knight D7. The bishop is very bad, but who cares? Bishop goes rook B8. बहुत ही टफ है डांस करना कॉमेंट्री. I think there was one very nice dance by Yahya Bootwala. ये 2179 वगैरह सबको धो रही है यार. No chance. And the knight comes in. The knight queen takes and the c going forward. C3. Trap लगाते मैं नर्वस करा दूं. Queen takes A2. Now 4. Oh! You've got to win all our games. Oh! Thank God, Amruta is normal, guys. I thought she was just.
बहुत जल्दी तारीफ हो चुकी थी. Should I should have played in that mood. Unnecessary.
Which mood?
ये हो गया. कोच आया ना इधर, एक इंडियन ओलंपियाड टीम का, तो काफी प्रेशर आया.
हाँ, वो तो है अमृता. अभी एक्सक्यूजेस तो बहुत सारे हैं.
I know.
But ठीक है, it was a successful day, Amruta. To beat 2600 opponent is never easy.
I know, but 5 wins I could have had.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Guys, Amruta OP हो जाए chat में for her playing so well and making me dance to her tunes like always. Again. So, well, what to do, Amruta? Tomorrow again we try.
Yes.
Oh, we have
Sure.
Katre Mandar. He says, I was lost until you blundered the queen. I was too nervous. Oh. Mandar Katre was, but Mandar is your current opponent. And he says, congrats on beating 2600.
Okay. Thank you. Who was the finest diamond? Did he write his name?
Finest diamond, are you there? Please reveal yourself. It was not your finest day, but that's okay. We will.
No, but he made me happy, no? So
Yeah, yeah.
it's a big contribution. Social service किया है तुमने आज. So nice. Thank you all of you who were watching, by the way. So and thanks Sagar. Did you dance? Did I miss something? I think
Yeah.
मैंने बहुत कुछ year
I danced. I was listening to to the song Shatranj Ka Kamal. Then I was commentating, and I was doing too many things, and I couldn't do anything well. Like just a normal day in life.
But शतरंज का कमाल मुझे नहीं सुनाई दिया.
हाँ तुमको कैसे देगा ना, क्योंकि I had put on my end so you could focus and play.
Okay, nice. ठीक है, तो कल भी लेते, बाद में भी लेते चैलेंज ऐसा.
ठीक
I
है.
think I can, when I'm not on the camera ना, I can focus in a different way.
Correct.
Okay.
Maybe Amruta will ask Anish and Vidit to play one bullet. I think in person you will get crushed, but you always wanted to play one bullet with Anish, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was always like I wanted to reach a certain amount of rating. It was 2000, I think. And then I wanted to play with Anish, but I never reached 2000.
Right.
But this time, maybe now.
And Amruta, one question some people had asked is, will you come to chess club tomorrow? Like they wanted to meet you. Like Prathamesh was there, then someone else. I think some.
Oh, nice.
person.
No, I don't know until the last moment. So I'll try, but let's see if I can make it. It's great.
Okay, great. And Amruta, we were always thinking, no, like what to give to the winner trophy and all of the death match. And you are designing things, and we also have a prize fund. So
Yeah.
Rakshit has given an idea. Why not make it even more special for Anish and Vidit? Like whoever wins the match gets to play a bullet game with you.
Whoever wins. I was thinking I have to find some time of, requesting them for one bullet game. So is it like to pick them up at the airport ki, you will get a room only if you play one bullet game with me?
There are
Until
many
then, you will be on
things
the
you can
streets.
do. Many things that to just make them play one bullet game.
Correct, exactly.
Nice.
The plans are going on, and the trophy is really going to be beautiful. Abhidaya has designed, like we work together, and there are some more things which are happening. Let's see, too less time.
We have Amrita. Today I got a message from a very special personality who's going to be in death match. He's traveling from the US. So that's the hint guy. Yeah, he's going to travel from US. So any guesses who he will
Does
be?
he watch our streams regularly?
No. He's a very famous personality. So
Very famous in US.
In chess world. He's from US.
Daniel Naroditsky.
We'll reveal it later. But guys, he will be there. So it's getting more and more exciting with more people coming in. More
Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, close, but we'll not reveal it right now. But guys, everyone who's in Mumbai, please do try to come. It will be great fun. I will promise.
Justin Bieber.
No. Okay, guys, take care. Good night, and Amruta, well played. Bye bye. See you all.
Bye bye.